needs a fort.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bounty which my matriarch will prize. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Did you forget your safe word? For a queen. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Uproot and after them! The seeds of fortune.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Worthy tribute. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
some help.
Invisibility! Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Worthy tribute.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Haste!
No power of
Radiant's bottom fortified.
Come!
The coin of the realm.
The seeds are for you.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Welcome to the Radiant. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Double damage. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Illusion. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom bastion has fallen.
Bound.
I'm regrowing.
Invisibility.
Poison tongue.
Dire's bottom towers are under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What happens
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Well, I am also very, very impressed. Obviously also with the commentary duo, but mostly with Azure Ray, because coming back from getting... Oh, I was going to say, they got destroyed. They did, that bottom lane got trashed, Kazu. That was... We were talking, minute 16, we're like... Is Azure Ray a team that calls it early? You know, should we think about heading back here? And they managed to bring it back in such a crisp, calculated way.
It honestly looked like a near hopeless game for them.
Mm.
Like bottom lane didn't work at all. They were losing everywhere else. You had this Viper who in the start at least, didn't really do too much, but had like one or two good moves. They held the high ground, game and overplayed. They punished them. XM on the Viper with the belly flop, like it looked way stronger than I initially thought it could. I thought it would be too hard for them to kind of, go up against the pace, but they make 1-2 good moves, and then it just felt really hard for Game to fight back. Honestly, I did not expect it after the first 50 minutes at all.
Yeah, what was it, an 8k net worth lead at minute 15? I was thinking that was probably the largest net worth lead we've seen in that amount of time, and it looked really hopeless. I mean, as we mentioned time and time again, but Azure Ray really showed their composure there. Like in a situation where I think most teams would have given up, they made it happen. I would just attribute it all to actually Jinq finding that kill on Morphling. He perfectly pressed his spells in a way, like the silence into the dead shot. It was timed perfectly to kill a Morphling with that much net worth. And then after that, they were able to get that beautiful RP from XXS in the mid lane. They got really key kills on the bear. They got a support kill. And there was this one fight where it looked pretty good for Gaimin after a little bit, but that belly flop or nosedive or whatever it's called from Viper, that actually clutched the game. That first item Ags by XM turned out to be so good. It was so good versus the bear. The disarm and the AoE slow and the corrosive skin, it made it so that they were actually lacking damage on Gaming Gladiators. And I feel like that first item disperser from Morphling was kind of a mistake. Maybe Morphling was dependent on the Lone Druid for damage, but the Lone Druid was actually solved with the Living Armor and the Agnum Scepter, and yeah, very incredibly impressive, honestly.
No, I'm with you with the items. I think when we look at the drafts, what has to happen eventually is that you have a lot of tankiness with the Viper Lifestealer. The Lone Druid Morph need to be strong enough to cut through at least one of them, so that Lifestealer, instead of standing his ground and hitting, he's either running away or dying. And I think neither of them went this full aggro build, and I think that they probably are regretting that right now.
Yeah, I also feel like we saw a lot of bears die.
Well, we did.
And I mean, obviously that's not supposed to happen that way, but I felt like Azure made a point to constantly keep that Lone Druid down, because it was, you were right, it was Lone Druid that made us think the game was over. He was top of the net worth for the longest time at the start of the game, and just by taking out the bear, they could so easily just remove all the net worth from the game.
I mean, I think that's also like the beautiful thing. They play a lot of Lone Druid themselves. They know the real strength of the hero. It's not the hero, it's the bear.
Yeah.
They also have this XM Viper where, you know, other teams, they don't really know what's happening. What does this hero actually do? They know if they get to keep stacking on heroes, spitting on them with Viper, Logan just gets to stay on them with the Lifestealer. I mean, they're A-okay, and they showed that. They knew exactly how to come back in this game.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Kazu, because I don't think a lot of teams have been looking at this Viper as a solution to the Lone Druid. I mean, I'm sure that's not the only thing that went into it, right? It was a response to the last pick Queen of Pain from Gaming Gladiators, but the fact that they're willing to play a hero that a lot of teams think doesn't have that much competitive value because it's slow, it doesn't gank very well, it's pretty one-dimensional in what it does, they looked at it in a different way, and it worked out perfectly. I think Azure, and actually a lot of the Chinese teams coming to this tournament have been experimenting very hard with their mid picks. We've seen mid Slardars come out of this team also, and the fact that they are willing to try things that other teams have potentially given up on is very promising.
It's incredibly promising. It is, I mean, it's especially promising because this is like the last day of the group stages, and we still have, you know, new stuff coming out, and teams apparently experimenting with seeing how the Viper plays out. And yeah, it was very strong. Now, we did choose for the Acer player versus player. We thought that we were going to be talking about Ace being so good and having such a great lane, and then being able to take over the game and win the game for his team. And we wanted to have the head-to-head of the offlaners because of that, and because of what impact both players brought to the table. But the story continued after that, Effie. And where do you want to take this comparison? Because do you want to talk about the early game where Ace did crush it, or do you want to talk about the later game where XSS was the stable force that Azure needed?
I think you can talk about both, because I mean, both of these players did what you wanted them to in this game. I wouldn't put any of the blame on this game on Ace, because he exceeded expectations and how much he destroyed that bottom lane. He doubled the net worth of Lifestealer around minute 4, and he forced him into jungle like when he was level 3, which doesn't really happen that often, and the camera wasn't actually on that lane, so I don't know why it went so badly or how, but I'll just attribute that to Ace outplaying the bottom lane. And XXS showed us why you want an offlaner like him who's capable of making the big plays, who's capable of casting his spells in a way to bring his team back from situations that look so dire.
Yeah, like it's just really hard, especially in games where you're down by so much, to like kind of just bring it back. But you can see, you know, they're composed. He knows the other people aren't having a good game. So it's important for him to, you know, keep his own game good, and eventually when the time is right, make that one strike and bring it back. Yeah,
and there was this one fight where the one in the mid lane, that after the Morphling pickoff, the second fight that they took, he got a really great RP off on the bear +1 hero. I forgot who it was. But then he got the skewer back on the Rubik, who also died. And then he also got another skewer to cancel the TP of the Lone Druid in the very last second. Like, everything that went well that fight went well because of him.
It is, it's funny because we often mention that there's always a chance of a comeback when you have Magnus in your team, and I feel like XSS is just, you know, the staple poster boy of why that is a thing, why there is always a comeback. If you play that Magnus well, I mean, this is it. This is a comeback that we always talk about. And I will say that after, for XM, a Viper performance like that, because are we going to see that hero pop off more often, or was this very specific in this game?
I think we can see it more often, but it depends. 'Cause I feel like you need to be a little bit of a dirty player. You need to be like, you know, you need to have this Viper player who's going to be like, yeah, I want to play this one, because I think both wins right now is from them. Yeah. But other teams should be looking at him like, you know, there's something about this hero. And if you watch this game, you could very clearly see that.
Well, with one win here, Azure has secured themselves a spot in the upper bracket here for ESL on Kuala Lumpur. And Gaming Gladiators could still join them if they win the next one. And they could still join them after that as well, depending on the results of the other streams. And potentially very far in the distance, it won't be one tiebreaker. There's a tiny chance, who knows. But we're going to find out what's going to happen. Or maybe Azure is just going to, you know, hammer it home that they are the top dogs here in Group A. But stay tuned to find out which one it's going to be. Game 2 of the top 2 dogs in Group A here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023. Azure Ray and Gaming Gladiators are going head to head. Game 1 looked so good for Gaming Gladiators in the first, like, 20 minutes, maybe. I would push it as far as even say 25. But then Azure Ray, I don't know, they just started playing so crisp, so clean, and they did not give Gaming Gladiators another inch, and they managed to push it back and take the game. Therefore, they secured their spot in the upper bracket for the playoffs. Gaming Gladiators can follow suit if they take this game too, and obviously they still have a chance even if they don't take this game too. But I think for their own pride, because they're taking game 2, this would be a big one, because it's not going to be just us that thought they had this. I bet, like, for example, Ace is going to be, I mean, he's going to be pretty sad about that one.
I mean, if you're up like 8 or 9k gold at 18 minutes, you look back at the game, you feel like, if we get to replay this and make some tweaks, I'm still heavily looking at, like, you know, the item builds and just knowing exactly what you need to do.
Yeah.
Of course, easy in hindsight, but they must have felt like this was our game to take.
Yeah.
But, you know, that just shows a great team. The ones that can come back from hard positions and bring it back to, you know, bring it to a W.
And I feel like Azure Ray definitely are going to respect this lone druid moving forward, because that's the hero that created all of these problems for them. If Ace hadn't crushed that bottom lane so heavily, then Viper would have actually had space to pressure the Queen of Pain, maybe go bottom, rotate on the lone druid, but that couldn't happen. The tower was taken early. There was a corrosion diffusal blade at like minute 6 on this lone druid, and the supports were free to rotate to the mid lane, pressure the Viper, and help the Queen of Pain. So it just changed the entirety of how that game could have potentially played out for Azure Ray.
Yeah, I wonder even if you could start at like the Nature's Prophet, or if their first pick, if they want to take it themselves, because I think that hero already on its own kind of like enables that, because I fully agree with Mira. I think you need to just look at this early aggression. They showed us that from the mid game on, they know exactly what to do and how to come back in a game, but, you know, why put yourself in a position where you need to come back when you can just make it, you know, a little more normal? Because that early game was not normal at all.
No, it was not.
Yeah, I wonder what went on, because mostly we were watching the mid lane and the top lane in that last game, so we didn't actually see what happened bottom. But I would imagine they don't want to be put in a situation where it's double melee versus double range again, because normally Azure Ray are pretty infallible in lanes. Out of all the teams in this tournament, I haven't really seen them lose the laning stage.
I mean, especially with the heroes that they play, right? Like we mentioned it, and even before, you have Lifestealer. This hero is not known for losing his lane. He's known to win his lane, or when they pick Razors and Lone Druids. So for sure, generally they have not crumbled a single time like that.
No. They will be countered in their Magnus being removed from the pool.
Yep.
We got first pick on Gaming Gladiators again. They opened with the Nature's Prophet last time, and obviously it didn't win, but we know that it's still a very good hero for them, so we might see that come out again. We see Azure Ray. They don't really change too much. Pango, Lina still banned, just a different order, as in Lina was banned in the second phase last time. This time is banned in the first phase. It does mean that Chen is still in the pool, which is a big one to note. And on the other side, Primal and Phoenix, well, now Primal taken out, Phoenix is still in the pool as well.
Yeah, the Chen and Enchantress coming out of GG should always be noted. There's a lot still left in the pool and a lot of paths that they can take, but you can never underestimate the openers that GG do around Celery's hero pool. And one of those heroes is the Phoenix.
Yeah, interesting that so they leave it open and then just pick it themselves, because I was also eyeing the Chen. I mean, we all know Celery, Chen, Eng, it's pretty godlike and it fits so well with their gameplay. But, you know, they'll swap it up a little bit. I mean, personally, I'm a big fan of Phoenix. Good laning, gives you a team fight. And I think so far, the Chinese teams have made Phoenix look the strongest. So I wonder if gaming can do the same.
I would agree with that. But by picking this Phoenix, they're already recognizing the damage issues that they ran into versus Azuray's playstyle of having these very tanky melee cores running at you. Phoenix is one of the better heroes versus that with the Sunray, but Azuray could just opt to not do that this game too.
Yep.
And they respond with Silencer versus Phoenix. This is one of Phoenix's most traditional counters. If you last word this Phoenix on lane, you cancel his dive. You can also global to counteract a potential egg placed in a team fight, or you could global so you could cover your team while they're killing the egg too.
Yeah.
I mean, I just love when, I'm just going to say that they're both great teams, which we all know. When good teams play and they draft and it's like, okay, I show you this and we will take something that other teams don't because they just feel more free.
Yeah.
They know how Phoenix works. They're going to pick Silencer. 90% of other teams, they wouldn't do it. But they know when this hero gets picked, you need to address it. You need to ruin this goddamn Birds team fight. And they do just that. So I love it.
Yeah, it also shows how much extra freedom the drafters have in terms of just using the full arsenal of all the heroes of Dota 2 rather than just a select few that their players play. So it's just a show, indeed, of a great team. They can just pull everything out. As we got Brewmaster removed from the pool, as we were waiting for a couple bans more, one more ban coming out of Azure Race Centaur, also one of the tanky boys. This is actually so many tanky boys removed on the side of gaming.
Yeah, because another thing that you mentioned, Mira, is I think some people underestimate, like, it's not just like the lane and overall the global. Like, a lot of times you have Phoenix, he's going to get covered by some Mars or Magnus, whatever it may be. But you said you can just global. No one is going to protect that egg until there's like a BKB Basher or a BKB Abyssal Blade or a Lotus Orb to free you from it. So, yeah, I can't stress enough how good the Silencer pick is.
The thing is, Silencer that comes out this early is easily punishable, right? It's a very squishy hero that gets easily spectered or easily primaled, or any of these heroes that have high damage outburst and high mobility, Silencer can suffer later on. So I wonder if Gaming are going to take that approach.
Yeah. There's another hero that comes to mind, which is something as well like any Zoo hero, like Lycan, for instance. So I think the Mars is like a pretty nice cover-up. When you play against Silencer, you want to go in the backline and get him killed. Mars is pretty good at either going in for his team or also protecting his team in the backline. With some arena, you go BKB yourself against Phoenix. This Mars pick might be a little inspired by Amar, who played it the other day against Phoenix and just made them look like fools. But overall, I like it.
That's a really great point with the Mars covering these potential heroes that Silencer really suffers against. We do know that Gaming are very capable of playing this Lycan. They played it last pick yesterday and it looked incredibly good. And you can't forget about this Broodmother. I don't think we've seen it yet this tournament, but this hero does come out in certain situations and Mars covers for that too.
So I wonder, I mean, if you're Gaming, it's like the same. We all know Silencer's like a great team fighter, but his early game, it lacks a little bit. There are some heroes that I've seen other teams try to do. It's like Tusk, it can kind of go both ways, because later in the team fight, he also owns you. It means you can't save him. But in the early game, there's some teams that will abuse it a lot. You snowball on the Silencer with tag team, take him out, kind of, make him regret that they picked it. So I want to, because you can tell, Gaming are not fully sure. They're kind of burning a lot of their reserve time at like the second pick.
Yeah, whereas Azure Ray seems to have things figured out. I mean, we didn't actually talk at all about Azure Ray's coach, who's a really new kid on the block in Likas, if I pronounced that properly, which I probably don't. But I mean, this draft of Azure Ray shows foresight, and they feel very comfortable with not using a single second of bonus time.
It does, but I don't necessarily think it means that Gaming are caught off guard in any way. I think they're just discussing which approach that they want to take. And they do end up going for Wraith King, which is a strong flex hero between both Dyrachyo and Ace. But I would like to see it being played on Ace this game, because not only is it going to be a nuisance summons hero, but Silencer suffers very heavily, especially if he's being played on the Wraith King lane, versus these skeletons. He can't do anything against them.
No, I think the Wraith King's a great pick. He should just be in the offlane. You have the Ghost Push, you have the Skellies. You don't really care too much about global either way as Wraith King. If you get global when you're not going in, who cares? And if you go in, you just blink stun anyway, so you're kind of chilling. I think, if I'm Azure Ray, I feel like there's one hero that I would like a lot here. I don't know how much it is in their pool. It would be Alchemist. I think Alch is one of the best carries at abusing a Wraith King in the lane. Because of skeletons, you get way too much gold. You have attack speed against the egg. And when you play Silencer, who's most likely a 5, you need a hero that either can screw off to the jungle pretty early on, or you're just a strong lane.
You know which hero I'm eyeballing right now? Because we saw it yesterday. Some teams are playing that Timbersaw mid. And I feel like it looked very effective versus Wraith King, but it's also naturally effective versus these Zoo heroes like Chen.
I mean, I don't know if they feel like they don't need to cover it too much. I mean, this is a damn good Timber game. The only thing is, if they feel like, okay, now on the next pick, can they counter us too hard? If they don't feel that way, you could jam it here. It's very good against these heroes. You have the Mars with a lockdown. You kind of have Silencer, who, the way I like to look at it is that in the early mid-game, Silencer gives your team kind of a BKB. Because he silences your opponent, so allows your Timber to play more aggro. But, I mean, I guess maybe they're better. I mean, last picking your mid, it doesn't feel great. But you do know that most likely your Wraith King is in the offlane. At least it would make the most sense. So you could look to perhaps pick your carry here.
Yeah, they overall last picked their mid laner previous game as well.
True, worked out.
Worked out pretty decently. Is there a chance the Silencer gets rotated to mid, or is that just not a thing?
No.
That's not a thing.
Okay.
That sounds pretty bad. But they could go for their stable carry, like a Weaver or something like that here, something that can just get on this Chen, get on this Phoenix. It wouldn't be too threatened by counter pick. I mean, there could be a potential Bloodseeker on 18 by Gaimin if they do that, but not that scary.
There's a Lifestealer again.
They run it back.
Yep.
Okay.
This time not against the lone Druid though, so hopefully
he's gonna have a better
for
lane.
low, a little bit of a better game.
Near by default, because last lane was
it can't go much worse than that.
Let's just not talk about it, because still great Lifestealer game. Of course, you're good against the egg. If Chen gets some big creeps later, whatever, you just hit them, you get a lot, you lane fine against the Wraith King. So
you
all
can
in all,
infest them and outfest them and then take them.
There you go.
Easy.
You also have infest bombs with Mars later on,
Yep.
and you're always going to scale well versus the heroes on Gaimin right now. I guess also just comfort for Low. He's been making it look so good. I mean, if he can come back from that nightmare of a game one that he had on this hero, he's definitely comfortable picking into Phoenix and Wraith King.
And I do think it's nice to have, like, Silencer is good against Phoenix, but you need heroes that will use this global to like freely run in and hit the egg. Lifestealer, of course. Rage himself, he has all the attack speed. It all checks out.
Great egg hitter. As Naga Siren comes out, some more team fight for Gaimin and Direct Show's hero. Sorted.
I do think it's a very good Naga game. Like, Mars is, I mean, I have seen it kind of go both ways, but generally I would say Naga is good against Mars. It's hard to spear the real one, because you spear latches on illusions. You have the map clear as well against Silencer. He wants to take the fight he wants to. As Naga, you kind of make that really hard for your enemy team. And yeah, they have a lot of ghost push. Like, you have Illus, you have Skeletons, you have Chin Creeps, and Song as well. Later, you get an early Manta against Silencer. Pretty annoying matchup.
And they have a means to play the map if they're put in an unfavorable position, like they were last game, instead of just, oh, we're going to split push. No, they're going to force Azure Ray to take fights that are potentially bad, because that's just how you play versus a Naga, right? She's farming all these side lanes, she's pushing them out, she can TP in, Song, reset. It gives Gaimin a lot of counterplay if they wanted it. And they also have the Phoenix this time around, where last game they were losing in teamfights, they were losing in scaling. This time around, they don't have that issue.
Yeah, it's honestly not too easy now. I'm kind of looking at a little bit of the last pick. So Gaimin, I think traditionally as always, Quinn, he wants to have a hero that they can play through, maybe go to the side lanes. Naga, Wraith King, very static. But the problem is having to pick your mid hero blind and against Silencer is honestly a pretty annoying position for a mid player.
So I have to ask, now that this Viper is respect banned by Gaimin, are they looking at that co-op again, or did they bench that idea?
They could. I don't think there's anything wrong with co-op, especially when you take out a stupid toxic man who's just flying around spitting on you. Because you want a hero that is either tanky or builds a I would say like a mid-game BKB against global. Because there's other heroes, so when you play against Silencer, you don't love the spirits too much, which then makes you think about melee strength heroes. But they're horrible against Lifestealer too. So I don't see them really jamming in some Kunkka in this draft. I think it's going to be some range hero, mobile, build some BKB.
Well, Queen of Pain is banned out, so it was also Azure that still was a little worried about that.
When you think about these last pick Quinn heroes, there's always the sneaky Huskar that can come out, or the sneaky Necro that can come out. We haven't seen it in a minute from
I like Necro a lot, actually. I think Necro... I mean, their Tricore is maybe a little sus if they go for Necro, but you have like Chen who's going to build a mech. You have a Sunray. Of course, it is soft/direct counter by the Silencer, but I think it could work out. Like, it's this tanky hero, but it isn't actually melee, so it doesn't suffer so hard against a Lifestealer.
Would you say that it's so slow, though? That feels very... Because Azure Raid, they can set the tempo high, and that would... If you have a Necro, that...
Not
is
necessarily. Not the way that Quinn plays with these first item travels into Shard. There's also the Puck.
Yeah, and now with the DK ban, I think that would also have prompted it a bit.
Wind Ranger. Okay. So I was watching a little bit of Tundra yesterday, and they've been flexing their Wind Ranger quite heavily, and it looked pretty solid on the mid lane in some circumstances, right? And this is one of those situations I would say it does, because after that BKB, it feels like Wind Ranger can shred any loose targets down. You're always going to have damage for this Lifestealer later on in the game. You're going to have a way to kill Enchantress with your Focus Fire. You don't care about her untouchable. And like that BKB that I mentioned, you're not scared of the Mars.
There's still Necro, but it is on the side of Azure Ray.
I mean, he has a lot of backup with like some Infest and the Global later as well, but I feel like Gaimin should be pretty happy with the last pick they got and the one that Azure Ray tried to go for to counter it all. I mean, Necro is very good against Naga and Wraith King later on, but I honestly think that this is a very good Naga game. Like, yeah, you have like some Radiance or some Heartstopper aura coming out, but once you have Heart with these auras, I don't think they have enough to cut through this Naga.
Yeah, and it's not one of those scary Necro last picks where you think to yourself, how do we play into this? We certainly don't have the damage. They do, because they have the Phoenix, who's going to have the Fire Spirits, the Sunray. They have a mix of magical and physical based off of the Phoenix plus the Wind Ranger. And Wind Ranger should do fine, especially with the, after getting a bottle, all of those runes. Yeah, Necro does out-sustain her on lane, but she can comfortably sit back and farm with Power Shot. So I feel like Gaimin have something very good going for them with their draft. They've corrected a lot of issues in the last game, where they did respect Azure Ray's ability to take these mid-game fights very well. They've guaranteed their scaling in a way that they didn't have last game.
Yeah, I think that this time around they will be ahead and they will stay ahead. It's going to be very hard for Azure Ray to kind of like come back in this mid-game as I did last game.
We also said it was going to be very hard for them to come back previous game as well, but they did it anyway. Let's find out though. Can they make another comeback? We're heading over to our commentary duo of Cap and SPG for the game.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
more.
Healing power. Nature attend us.
Soak it in. Denied.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
and leave a purulent corpse.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
My thrift rewarded.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
You are too cute to kill. Just stay back and hide next time.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
Every
is under
coin
attack.
helps.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Reach.
You reap what you sow.
My mouth falls on me. Mars the Impaler. Masterfully denied.
Haste!
Silence.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
How could you?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Could you?
Secondary infection.
And blows.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
All mine.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Wait up. Where are you going? Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Is that all you got?
Healing power. Don't run off. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Starts at the head.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's structures are fortified.
Quiet for me.
Wasn't nice.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
In service to the deep.
You are no match. Invisibility.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's neither fair nor foul.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scared. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. That was quite a performance from Azure Ray. XM in particular on his Necro, but the whole team once again coming together to take this one and get this series 2-0. Undisputedly top of their group right here for Azure Ray. And I know that there were a couple of doubters out there. I believe a part of our commentary team was that, as well as my panel, and that's okay. That's okay, because I think that sometimes you just have to see it in action, Kezu, before you really believe that something like that is possible.
Yeah, something. Congratulations. We're both stupid, apparently. As honestly, I did not like this last pick Necro. I thought, you know, of course, any Dota game is playable, and you know the good teams will be able to win games where they're outdrafted. But I think I was just straight up wrong. Like the way XM played this mid lane, he bullied out Quinn. Then I'm pretty sure he calls for his teammates to come over, get the gang stun, like just compound damage on damage, and kind of just keep pushing it forward. I feel like Gaben had no chance in this game at all.
I agree entirely. I honestly didn't realize that the Wind Ranger versus Necro matchup would be very one-sided. I thought it was one of those matchups where Wind Ranger is down a level, maybe down 700 gold, but makes a comeback, you know, through runes and rotations as the mid lane goes. But Wind Ranger got nothing, even before the Enchantress rotation mid, which was beautiful, by the way, getting that Satyr creep to purge off Windrun. That was wonderfully done by Xinkyu. But even before that, like, he was hiding in the trees trying to power shot. There was no... He even got zoned out from accessing the water rune at minute 4 by the Necro. And it really turned out to be the problem in this game because Chen was playing versus Enchantress in the top lane. Chen couldn't have that much impact because Enchantress is one of his natural counters on lane at least. And on that bottom lane, Lifestealer had free reign versus the Wraith King, who also, uncharacteristic of Ace, had no game. So your side lanes aren't really doing that well. Your mid laner got crushed. Suddenly these rotations are coming to the mid lane, but both of your supports are not strong enough in level because your side lane's lost that you can't react to this Necro at all. And it was incredibly dominant.
Yeah, and then it's like, on top of that, they like built the correct items, and I love how aggressive they play. Like they're ahead at 50 minutes to hit your tier 2, at 20 minutes to hit your tier 3, because they know, I mean, what are you gonna do? Nothing. You're gonna watch my hard Necro and my 5-0 Lifestealer who has a free game. He can just rage. You have a global behind XXS as well, flawless. This was a very impressive win from Azure.
Yeah, it did also feel like maybe there were some issues in the draft of Gaming Gladiators, that it was a slightly too slow lineup to be able to deal with the aggression that Azure can bring, which in game 1 we couldn't really feel the speed that they can take because of course they got demolished at the start of the game, so maybe that's kind of led Gaming to underestimate the tempo a tiny bit from Azure here, because it did feel like we did not see everybody get to play a game of Dota here, Effie, on the side of Gaming Gladiators. It was just a little too slow.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get clapped on lanes, basically. And they got really clapped on lanes, even on the side lanes, which it's very rare that you see Gaming lose lanes this hard. They usually come out of the laning stage with a net worth advantage, at least 3k or 4k post minute 10, and they play off of that. But for them to play from behind and not necessarily have the heroes to make it happen from the mid lane, because you have this Wind Ranger instead of this Puck or this Playmaker that can kind of make magic happen, that didn't exist. So I don't necessarily want to call it a draft issue. I think the Wind Ranger versus Necro turned out horribly, but potentially the side lanes could have been rotated around, right? Kezu and I were theory crafting maybe just having Chen dodge the Enchantress lane, play versus the Lifestealer, and have the Phoenix go play versus the Enchantress. That could have turned out better for them. Who knows?
I feel like if you ask them now in hindsight, they either think that their lane should have gone better, or if not, I agree with Effie that they should have rotated their supports, because the way it happened now, it's just really hard for them to do anything after like 10, 11, 12 minutes.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the credit for that goes the way of XM, and he is standing right now together with our translator Jin and Purge, ready for a post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Cheever. Yeah, XM is here from Azure. They had an amazing series. Game 2 was a stomp that we haven't seen in a while against Gladiators. They won lanes, they pressured the map. How did that feel in game number 2, winning so convincingly?
首先恭喜你们拿下了GG 的这2把，然后尤其是第2场，你们感觉你们真的是很轻松的在碾压 GG 了，已经，就是你们是怎么做到的呢？而且这种感受是怎么样的？
就是我们赛前就提前模拟好了，就想放他们乘用小路打，而且他们就是选了那个骷髅王没办 NEC， 因为 NEC 实在太克骷髅王了，就打得很轻松。
It was pretty much a draft issue, so we kind of baited a Chen pick because we were prepared to counter it with Enchantress, and then for some reason they picked Wraith King without banning Necrophos, and Necrophos just counters Wraith King so goddamn hard, so it's just the easiest game for us.
Gotcha. And in game 1, very interesting game. Everyone watching it, at least on the English stream, we thought you guys were going to lose for sure. I mean, Viper's not popular, but you guys managed to win it. Can you talk about Viper's strengths and weaknesses right now, especially the Aghanim Scepter build?
就是第1场你们当时就是前期的时候打得非常烈，然后GG 当时占了大优，然后感觉都已经要碾压你们了，但是你们最后还是翻盘了，而且包括你们也选了一些不是那么热门的英雄，像毒龙，而且就是能不能跟我们讲解一下毒龙这个英雄以及它的 A 仗的效果啊等等？你们认为毒龙具体强在哪里？
主要我的毒龙比较厉害吧，因为毒龙一直是我的绝活，就我跟国外队交手比较少，就在中国就是大家不可能放我的毒龙的，就我的毒龙太厉害了。
The truth is, Viper is my best hero, and it's not just my best hero. It is my absolute, trademark hero. Like because I haven't really played much on the international stage with against the other foreign teams, but in China, nobody would ever let my Viper go through, because when I play Viper, I am unstoppable.
That's amazing. Can you tell me why you think Ags is good? Because I thought it was bad, but it seemed to work very good that game.
能讲解一下就是独龙这个 A 仗嘛？因为就是我个人认为，就是独龙 A 仗其实蛮烂的，没有什么用的。但是那一把好像你出了 A 仗之后就很强，就是怎么个理解的？
就是因为以前独龙就是传统理念上比较怕那种物理系英雄，但现在有了 A 仗之后，他出了就是 A 仗反而是克制那些英雄了，就是有点那种传统的观念被打破了，就不太一样。因为独龙 A 仗就是那种团战吃技能，然后又能打伤害那种英雄。
Well, traditionally Viper has kind of been weak towards those kind of physical melee carries, where he's kind of weak towards the physical damage. But then once you get Aghanims, he actually counters those physical damage heroes. So it kind of changes the nature of the heroes, so to speak. And so like Viper always traditionally has a role where he's the tanky kind of, he goes into a fight and he just eats up all the spells, and then he has a lot of magic resistance. And with Aghanims, you know, he can counter more than just that. He can do more, he can counter all the physical heroes as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the insight. I love Viper as well, so always happy to learn new tricks. And back to you guys is XM with Azure Ray.
Thank you very much. Oh, I just want to once again reiterate what XM said about his Vipers. Like, if you guys were in China, people would never let me have this hero. If you knew, it's not just my best hero, it's my signature, like the biggest signature hero you can think of. Oh, I love that, and I think a lot of teams are not going to forget that going forward. So that was, I love it. That was a great performance, not just on his Viper, but of course on his Necro as well. As, Azure Ray coming in so hot here, Kazu, in the whole tournament.
No, like for real, and it looks like he's really good on perhaps these tanky heroes. We saw it with the Necro. He plays other heroes like Earthshaker as well, where he's kind of like he's like an anti-mid player. I feel like he's gonna play these heroes that you don't want to lane against, you don't want to play against. It's gonna make it annoying for you. And honestly, they just look great, deservingly first place of their group.
Yeah.
I feel like this team kind of ticks every box that you would want out of a team. Like, based on what I've seen in these last 3 days, they do everything very well. They lane very well. In a way that you wouldn't expect. They're quite infallible in lanes. I think the worst laning stage I've ever seen them have was that game 1 versus Gaimin. But otherwise, they have these really fresh ideas. They're willing to flex heroes like Slardar to the mid lane. They're willing to play things like Viper when other teams aren't. And they have excellent spellcasters. Like, their button pressing is on point. Jinkyu and XXS in particular seem to be these clutch players who can make magic happen. And then when you pair that up with a mid laner like XM, who has shown us how dominant he can be, and a carry player like Low, who's good at the aggressive carries like Lifestealer, but also the farming carries like Naga, you've got a recipe for an almost perfect team.
Yeah, and they are showing it right here. They come on top of the group. And while we were talking, while the interview was going on, the whole group A, all the dust is somewhat settled. As you can see, Azure Ray, top of the group. That is great. Betboom Blacklist turned out to be a 1-1, which was for Blacklist not enough to move forward. They get eliminated here, and Team Secret got a 2-0 over Wawitas, and now you see Team Secret giving Gladiators. They're tied, and they also tied in their series, and there was some other rule that also turned out to be a tie. So I think everybody at this point should open another tab, and they should go to the Storm stream, because at that stream eventually will be a 1v1 between mid, 1v1 mid between Quinn and mid 1, and I'm very excited to see that. I will say I have seen mid 1 is not entirely on his game, but today Quinn wasn't really either. So you know, I'm excited for this mid 1 mid 1 Quinn 1v1 mid.
It's the 1v1 mid. I don't know what to expect. Like,
I do.
Okay.
Yeah?
I'll tell you what to expect. Because I did see Quinn in action in these 1v1s at the BB Dacha tournament a few months ago. He didn't win because the heroes are weird, but I will tell you, this guy is a nerd. Like, he has studied the ins and outs in every matchup, and he's considered 1v1 situations in terms of what items he's going to buy, when he should TP, what kind of region he should get. I mean, he's kind of nerdy about it in a way that maybe other mid players don't really think about.
You don't think it's going to be an even battle then?
I think he has the edge. I think he's got the edge.
No, I would agree with Epi that he has the edge. He knows, like, even when I played with him, like, he would help me a lot with my laning. And this guy doesn't even play offlane. Just because he watches, like, his own replay and goes into lobbies, like, how to lane mid, now I need to creep aggro. Oh, here you should have eaten a tango. Here you had to step forward, like, 50 range. And I'm like, okay. It actually all makes sense. But it's like all the small things. And he knows.
it's weird things that you wouldn't think about, because actually we were talking about this in
Yeah.
the green room, is that most mid players, they operate on instinct.
Yeah.
Like Sumail, that's a pure instinct player. He's just got the natural talent, whereas Quinn, that's just him studying relentlessly for thousands of hours that he's poured into the theory crafting behind the mid lane, and it really shows, or it showed in the last year.
Yeah, and when you put the work in, the results normally come as well. And with Quinn, that is definitely noticeable. So if mid 1 did all that studying, because we just don't know
True.
his approach, we'll have to wait and find out for that 1v1 win. Now, once again, both teams are guaranteed playoffs. It just depends who goes upper bracket, who goes lower bracket. And the upper bracket matches will still be played today, the first round that is. So whoever wins will have to play again later today. A lot of exciting stuff coming, and for Group A, the dust is settled. We're moving on for Group B. Group B, English is hard today. We're moving on for Group B, and if we're talking about, you know, putting the work in and doing all your studying and everything like that, we're also not talking about the players. We're also talking about you. That's right. You are gonna get some time to get your studying in, because we have another DHL pro tip coming your way.
statt Bild komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Lanes in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you stay. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less you Jackson, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you can stay. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere.
we learned so much from those DHL pro tips. I know all of you by now consider yourselves expert of all the nitty-gritty Dota 2 stuff, the intricacies of collision, drafting, pubs drafting, as we learned yesterday. If you think yourself so smart, why don't you put that knowledge to the test, huh? Why don't you try to get yourselves a €200 Steam gift card? That's right, you have the chance to win that one if you just go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips, do the quiz, fill it in correctly, and you have a chance to win that. So make sure to check that out. I'm sure my panelists were already very well aware of all the collision information.
Of course.
Naturally.
I know everything.
Naturally. Of course.
As we both do, so.
I know some things. You know everything.
No, that's not true. I think Shiva knows everything, actually.
Shiva does know everything.
Yeah.
But it's also because I have power that I know everything. For example, the power to have things appear on screen. Because, you know, maybe people at home didn't know the scores of Group B. But we do. And we have the power, I have the power, to put the scores of Group B on the screen right here. Oh, I went the other way. I should have done the other way. That would have looked so better. But that's fine. These are the scores of Group B. We need one more series each for every one of the players. They have one more match to come. And unfortunately for Nine Pandas, they are already eliminated. Well, actually, they also face up against G2IG, which is going to be an uphill battle. G2IG only needs to win one more game to guarantee upper bracket, and even if they don't, they still have a very good shot at making upper bracket, as you can tell. But let's talk a little bit about the middle of the pack here, Kazu, because we don't know yet who's going home, and we know that, for example, Team Liquid can go everywhere.
Yeah, so Team Liquid will play LGD, which, you know, if you asked me after day one how good LGD are, I would have said not so good, but they bounced back pretty nicely. I still think Liquids are the favorite there, and then the other matchup, well, it's going to be Falcons against Tundra, which I don't know if they have the same score, but I feel like Falcons are a little bit better than them. But they have surprised me all throughout, so honestly, anything can still happen.
Anything can still happen. And we also know that if there are ties, they'll be played maybe potentially, depending on their head-to-head score and everything, in a best of one. Like, for example, I'm going to reiterate the tie between Quinn and Mid-1. Secret and Gaming Gladiators, they are tied for upper bracket, lower bracket, and we are going to see that play out in a best of one. I do want to point out that it will happen after group stages are done. It will happen on the Storm stream after the series between G2IG and Nine Pandas. So make sure to have that tab open, because that series, we don't know how long it's going to be, but that's the stream that's going to be on the 1v1 mid. So spread the word. I know there's been a lot of questions about that, but hereby spread the word. Storm stream, 1v1 mid, upper bracket or lower bracket. Now we are going to focus our attention on the series between Falcons and Tundra, and it is a very exciting series to talk about. Let's start by focusing our attention on the Falcons here, Kazu, because a fresh team. It's been a little while since there was a full fresh team formed that started crushing us straight away.
I have very high hopes for this team. I feel like they have like this right recipe. I don't know why, but they're giving me some like flashbacks of the old OG where Miracle like first came into the scene. Like you have Skeeter and Snaking, TI winners, lots of experience. Crit, just a great +4. I think he probably has some like new motivation, you know, having been in the same team for so long. Now something new. Two young kids on the block with Amar and Malrine. I feel like they have so much skill. If they can really help integrate this entire squad, I feel like they could be very big in this year.
Yeah, and I want to highlight Malrine in particular as a player, because I remember he stood in for, I forget which team, Tundra. I believe he stood in for Tundra at one of the Dream Leagues last competitive season, and he looked so good. I mean, his mechanical skills are on par with the best of them, but he hasn't really quite had his big break on a team that worked out, but it seems like it's working out here. He's showcasing himself as one of those, you know, fresh, new, very strong mechanical mid players who can pop off, very Kiyotaka-esque. And he has his own interesting hero pool. Like, his Timber Saw is really good. It's on par with Amar's, which gives Falcons a very interesting flex that they've been experimenting with. So,
I think, sorry, because I fully agree with what you're saying. The other cool thing is that, like you're saying, they actually share a lot of heroes with their mid and offlane.
They do.
It's the Timber, it's the Razor, and even when I play pubs with Malrine, he's not only very good, he's very funny. I would love this guy to be my teammate. Like, just pure vibes.
And Malrine, as some people might know this, you know the former Creepwave squad, where, you know, ATF came from there as well. Chrysalis was in there, Fishman, Kataomi, And Melreen at some point also was a creep wave. He also for the longest time had creep wave in his name. He is just part of the, I don't know, the up-and-comer super stack, I guess, that it was. And it took him a little bit longer to break through in the end, but he is still here on the main stage and he is owning it. So it's super awesome to see that happen. I will say that Falcons, they started off this event 4-0. Fantastic. They had a little bit of a rough day yesterday, though. They went 1-3, which is not amazing. On the bright side for them, Tundra has suffered the exact same fate. They started the tournament out 4-0. Fantastic. And then they went yesterday 1-3. And I want to talk about this match, this lineup as well, because yes, this is a very similar lineup as they have played with in the past. Of course, the only difference is Immersion instead of Ari. This is Tundra, formerly Undying, formerly TSM, for people that have watched TI last. But this squad also started off incredibly strong with just one new player, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, they just brought in now Immersion because, of course, they lost Ari, who was in their squad before. But yeah, I feel like they're doing great. They were not at TI, but they were at the Dacia tournament that you were at, and I think they did very well there. And so far, from what I can see in this tournament, you know, they're at least exceeding my expectations.
And this team, formerly TSM, were steadily improving throughout the entirety of the last year. Like, yeah, they were competing within the NA region, so we didn't necessarily see them on the international competition too much, but towards the end, something really clicked for them. And I feel like the issue with this team in the past was that all of these players were very talented, but all quite introverted, or that's what I heard from the managers and the people on the team. And they were having issues with in-game shot calling. Who was going to step up to that leadership position? Because that just didn't exist for them. So towards the end of the year, it was more of a collaborative effort where all of the players on formerly TSM, now Tundra, learned to communicate with each other. We're all stepping up at different parts of the game. Tomato was drafting towards the end of the last year. I'm not sure if it's the same thing right now, but they found a formula that seemed to have elevated them, and I think they're still carrying it through. With the addition of Immersion, who is a traditional playmaking style for, that changes a lot of their drafting, because Ari was very good, but he had a very specific hero pool that formerly TSM had to draft around, but now they have more options with Immersion.
They do have more options, and I also think that an important part of getting Immersion in the squad and also sorting out the vocal issues or the need for vocal players in the team comes a lot from the coach. And the coach of Tundra is Moon Meander, and it is Moon Meander that Purge was able to talk to, or not Purge, sorry, BSJ was able to talk to earlier today.
Thank you, Shiver. I'm here with head coach for, I was about to say TSM, but we're here with Tundra, Moon Meander. How you doing, buddy?
Doing pretty good, feeling pretty confident today.
Okay, so, you know, it's a new season, but a lot of teams had a lot of big roster swaps, but for you guys, only one new player. How'd you guys go about finding Immersion as your choice?
Well, Kasane had this guy on speed dial on his phone, so...
That's it? That simple?
They're just really good friends. Like, let me call Immersion. I'm like, okay.
Well, so the DPC was kind of keeping people in one region, but you guys as a team have players from multiple different regions. How does this like affect you in terms of having no DPC with like boot camps, where you're going to be, how often you're going to boot camp, that kind of stuff?
I feel like it's similar because of ESL Pro Circuit. The ESL Pro Circuit just basically replaced DPC. So the rules are more lax, and there's no roster shuffle rules, and like bad roster shuffle rules is what the community thinks. But there actually is. They didn't really like announce it in public, I guess. But if you roster swap, you lose 20% of your points, which is the same as DPC essentially. So there is penalties for roster swapping constantly.
Okay, so coming into today's match, you guys started out with a 4-0 record on day one and then a 1-3 record yesterday. How are you guys feeling about, like, what do you do about bouncing back and making sure you finish strong? Because this is a pretty pivotal game for upper bracket going into the playoffs.
Basically, we reviewed our replays to see why we won. And then we also reviewed to see why we lost. And I realized like I wasn't playing around, drafting around my player's strengths. Day two, I was just kind of freestyling it a little too hard, I guess. So I'm not going to make the same mistake. And it's a mindset thing, I really strongly believe. Plus also day two of my players got really sick. And so it's kind of sad about that too.
So when you say like day two, you got a little like you got a little cocky maybe on day two. Was that because of the 4-0 on day one, or do you think that was just, you know, getting a little too creative?
I'm always cocky.
Well,
day one,
that's
day
assumed.
Every day.
That's fair, man. Well, hopefully you got the confidence and cockiness going into this series, and I wish you best of luck, man. And we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Seems like the vibes are good here going into day 3. And I think for both the teams, actually, maybe a blessing in disguise to have a little bit more of a rougher day 2, because it helps you deal with losses and it helps you just bounce back. And it makes you maybe a little bit more prepared for what's to come. Kezu, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think for sure. And there was another point that he talked about where, okay, how did they choose this new player? I think it's more common nowadays that you want like your laning partner, like you have vibes with them.
Yeah.
Like even going back like 3 years, I remember talking to Tofu and he was like, no, I will never leave Ace. I will play with this guy forever. And I was like, what the hell is this guy on about? But then you look now, they're like some of the best dual lanes in the world, like some of the best players. So, you know, I think stuff like that and feelings and emotions, they go a long way.
Yeah, and just that general chemistry really helps in the lane. We saw it 2 TIs ago for TI11 with Secret when they made that miracle run after having a terrible DPC performance, after the addition of Resolution plus Zayat to that offlane, who were already friends, who already had that established chemistry. It just translates and carries into a team so nicely. So I'm really glad to hear that from Moonmeander, actually. I had no idea that Kazane and Immersion were
good friends. Yeah, and it's showing so far in their results. They're having a good time, of course. Now, there is a lot of pressure to perform here in this 2-game series, and we're going to find out which one of these 2 teams will have the upper hand, the lead in Group B, as we are ready for the draft of Team Falcons versus Tundra Esports after this. Group stages are almost coming to a close here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023, and this series will be the final one for these teams in Group B. Falcons versus Tundra, 2-game series. Both teams doing great, both teams sitting at a 5-3, and both teams looking to end the group stages on a high note. As they started it on a high note as well, they look to end that the same way and of course secure their spot in the upper bracket. And one of these 2 teams is going to be probably in the upper bracket. It's just we don't know yet who. And we're in the draft here. Tundra on the Radiant side with second pick. Falcons on the Dire side with first pick. We got Lone Druid and Wraith King removed. We got Razor and Slaughter and Chen removed. Meaning, still in the pool. I mean, it's a long list at this point. Do we really want to mention them every time? I'm actually surprised to see Mars banned. But I guess against Falcons, Kazu, you kind of have to.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of, I think, like the new things with just having this many bans early on, especially in a tournament. You're gonna like cycle through heroes because eventually you say, okay, X team is too good with a comfort hero, and with you having so many bans, you know, you can expand some of them on those.
Yeah.
Taking out the Mars against Amar, and even Falcons, like these three heroes. I think Kasane as an offlaner, he's a dirty player. He plays all the Zoo heroes and he plays them incredibly well.
Yep.
So these three bans, they're very warranted.
And it feels like every patch gets to a point where you can't really ban out everything,
Yeah.
and I feel like we've established this pool of 15 heroes in the first phase that have been coming out,
Yeah.
and it just changes team to team. There's always going to be something let through, right?
Yeah.
For example, the Spirit Breaker that a lot of teams opt to ban in the first phase is here. Brewmaster, which gets banned versus a variety of Chinese teams, is also here. It just depends on who you're playing against.
Yeah, and or like Magnus, whatever, you know, all these heroes are still in. I would say this time around, second phase, Spirit Breaker looks pretty goated for both teams, as both Weaver and Nature's Prophet hate to play against the Cowman. But overall, if we look at the picks, I think both teams very happy with what they got. Falcons, when Crit plays Weaver, their offlane dual lane has owned every single time. I think both Crit and Amar are exceptional laners. When you have a good lane,
Yeah.
you have the freedom, Crit goes around. He is no stranger to being everywhere on the map.
And you also can't forget the Weaver Flex to carry, because Skeeter, in his hands, it's also been very explosive. There was this one game where he just got a double Rampage or something towards the very end, so this hero has been very successful in the hands of Falcons.
Yeah, and I think overall, like, Weaver, or like when we go back to their carry, Skeeter, I think we said it once or twice before, but I think Skeeter works really well, and I love him as a carry player because I think he's very adaptable. He will go in first, he'll play the heroes he needs to do so that his mid or his offlaner can take over in the game. So I think the flex is something very important that Tundra need to be aware of in this game.
Now the question is, do they address this Nature's Prophet with the typical counters in Spirit Breaker or Spectre? Because we did see a Nature's Prophet let through earlier, but the Spirit Breaker and the Spectre were both ignored.
I mean, the other thing is also that Tundra get to pick out of phase, and I feel like Falcons need to be... Like, they can't just bank on the fact that, okay, we're gonna pick Breaker, because honestly, Tundra could take it on their own too.
They very well could. Do the two bans of the Templar, Assassin, Beastmaster tell us anything in particular, or are those just the bans you want to do against? Well, Beastmaster you already mentioned would be a good one for Kasane, and Templar, Assassin for Brawl also removed. It's just targeted bans.
I mean, the TA maybe, but I think it's more like, I think TA is very good on second pick because there's a flex. I think that you have already mentioned it a few times, Mira, and I think TA is overall just a... I'm surprised we haven't seen it more often. But maybe she gets banned a lot in exactly the slot.
Well, I saw it a lot in certain teams like Blacklist, but unfortunately no longer with us.
RIP.
Sad. Yeah, but another approach to this Nature's Prophet could be the Treant that they're eyeballing. That does look pretty good. Sets up on the Nature's Prophet nicely, doesn't really care too much about the Sprout, scouts through the trees. That could be something that Tundra are looking at. It also gives them the ranged plus melee support duo.
They ban out the Viper.
See, it's spreading.
Yeah. You only have to see it once.
It's
like,
spreading.
wait a second.
I mean, I guess he has played it once.
It was played by Falcons. Amar did play it on the offlane. So these are just, you know, targeted hero bans. So Tundra could take the Treant for themselves or the Spirit Breaker for themselves, or they could just give it away to Falcons.
I mean, I guess they haven't really played Breaker, but I mean, at this point, you better be playing Spirit Breaker.
Surely all the teams here in Kuala Lumpur know how to play Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, also, I don't want to discredit anyone, but it's, you know, not the hardest hero to play overall. But they'll go with the Kunkka. I do think it's a great hero. I would say perhaps slightly underpicked for my liking. You can flex it, mid, offlane. I've seen some crazy people play it as support. Might be possible, but either way, just an incredible team fighter.
Yeah, and X is a really good tool at catching the Weaver. Because he runs away with max move speed, and it's such a nuisance to catch him. But X is one of those spells that's always going to be forcing fights and catching these sneaky, pesky heroes in the back lanes.
There's the Pango with the Grimstroke, which is the most picked hero still of the event. In the previous series, we saw it first phase banned, but because there's so many tailored bans in this series so far, made it all the way through. Most banned, most picked.
Perhaps a little interesting to see the Pango this early on, but Apparently, from what I've seen, like Pango does better in lanes than I thought. I already saw this lane the other day, and I think Quinn kind of went even. I thought it was a Kunkka favorite lane before, but pairing it with the Grim, I think Falcons are pretty happy.
Yeah, I still think it's a slightly Kunkka favored lane
Yeah,
if this Kunkka is being played on the mid lane. I mean, there's always a chance to go for a surprise Lina or maybe a surprise Necro and just put the Kunkka on the off lane. But overall, when you have it with Inkswell, Inkswell just makes every rolling hero or initiating hero that much better.
Okay, so I think the Centaur very likely just going to be a support with the Natures, which I personally am a big fan of. I think it's very good, very underutilized. The laning is incredible. The Necro, for now, I'm a little so-so on it, but I was the same in the last series, and then XM just went 10-0. Because, yeah, I think Grimstroke can be quite annoying for a hero like Necro. The silence is annoying, Inkswell overall, like having the shards run around, so I want to see it all come together with Tundra's last pick later.
Would you rather have Kunkka or Necro mid if that's a Pango mid?
Most likely Necro. I think Necro also, when you put him in the offlane, he becomes a lot more volatile to having his game ruined within the first 10 minutes.
Okay.
It does feel a little bit too early, though, because we did underestimate it in the last game, but that was an overall last pick versus a Race King.
Yeah, I'm perhaps a little surprised. I don't want to overanalyze it, but I think one of the strengths of having your Kunkka on that slot is the reason that you can still flex it until the very end. I think now that you show the Necro, it means that Falcons have a little bit of an easier time on their 18 pick by now, of course, picking the Lifestealer, which is very good. You see the Kunkka matchup. Of course, you have the Rage. You don't care about a Centaur either. So I would say Falcons are very happy, and Lifestealer loves drafts where people are already going in for him. You can infest in the roll. You have Weaver giving you vision, Inkswell. I think they're pretty happy with this 18 pick.
Yeah, and as the game progresses, Lifestealer is pretty happy to pick up that Nullifier, which is going to be a great tool versus Necro. And once he gets those Infest Bombs going on either Pango or Weaver, you're just going to hunt this pesky little Nature's Prophet who's going to be up to no good, right? Trying to split push these lanes.
Yeah, because, as you Lifestealer does not mind building Nullifier at all. There's even a lot of like this Radiance build going on. You can split it around. So yeah, I think Tundra's last pick has a little bit of work cut out for him.
So you are both okay with the fact that, you know, when the Nature's Prophet came out, we talked about a couple of counters and none of them are Team Falcons, but you feel like it's been addressed enough regardless?
Potentially. Actually, I do have to bring up Sorry Sheaves, but I remember, I think Tundra did flex the Kunkka to carry once.
They did.
Tomato did play it carry, and it looked pretty good, which means that they could still be open to putting the Centaur on the offlane, potentially. That is something that we haven't mentioned, but it's been done before by them.
It was a bit more specific to Enigma in the game, but I completely forgot. So that is a very valid point with them being second pick. They can still decide. So there are more options than I gave them credit for.
Good to keep in mind for sure.
I mean, Falcons will need an Amar hero. Very likely just a potential team fighter. You have Weaver in your lane, so I would say that frees up quite a bit. Weaver, one of the strongest fours when it comes to laning. Well, a traditionally very good lane with Weaver would be something like a Tide. I know there are some counter picks in the game with like Necro, but you can build a pipe. You have people who go in for you. I think it would still, you know, there are some counters, but it helps your team tremendously if you were to go for that hero.
I forgot what bans look like when there's a team playing against Amar. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Tundra is like, okay, we've heard about this guy. Let's ban all his heroes out. Oi.
I actually quite like the sound of the Tide because that's a way to counter the Stampede, right? With his shard. That could be a potential approach.
Ooh. That's a Brewmaster.
Yeah, that's honest. The fact that Tide Shard works like that, even though the hero's not in the game, I have to talk about. I think it's pretty stupid. It's very strong. But I will move on to the Brew, which is also great hero, good laning. You have the Dispel against Necro, can lift people up. You build a vessel if you want to, of course, or you just go for the Radiance and scale. So all in all, very similar hero. Good lane, a lot of team fight.
So what's the things that Tundra needs? Now that there's a Brewmaster there. Because again, they can still swap things about. What would we like to see?
So Falcons cover their bases by banning out the Void, which would have been a good carry, and the Enigma in case they do end up playing this Kunkka Flex. But what they need right now is a hero that can out-damage this Lifestealer as the game goes on. And heroes like that are usually something like Terrorblade, but the issue if you go Terrorblade here is you're just going to get run down by this Pango and this Brewmaster early on.
Yeah, I fully agree with Effie. You need a hero that eventually, like right now, sure, Kunkka and Necro, they're very tanky, but you need to threaten a Lifestealer. He needs to be stopped from just standing his ground and hitting, which is why I think Kunkka and Necro need to be mid and offlane for now. Maybe it's not the easiest Luna game, but I think you need a hero that at 20 minutes plus You pop all your stuff, there's a Stampede, there's a Water Park, kill the split, or just man up. Like, that's the type of hero I'm looking for. TA is out. Ooh.
Juggernaut.
Well, this one I would not have predicted.
No, this is this actually at the moment is not the greatest hero in the meta, as people say.
I don't think it's been picked very often either.
It's not the greatest hero in the meta. It used to be the traditional counter to Lifestealer because you just Omni Slash him and kill him. He can't really do much versus that. But I don't feel that this Juggernaut is really enabled on this lane. Yeah, you do have this position 5 Centaur who could potentially set up for Blade Fury kills, but I feel like Brewmaster just changes his brew mode, runs away, lives through the Blade Fury, and just resets.
Yeah.
Unless you're getting kills over and over with the Juggernaut in the early game, it's usually not worth it playing him.
Like, I like the Jug idea perhaps against this, like against the roll, you threaten the Pang a lot, but I fully agree. Like, Brewmaster, he can either go Wind mode and run away, Earth Stance and kind of man up. So I think these early minutes in the laning stage are very important, where Immersion on this Nature's Prophet, I think he has to make stuff happen, or this mid game is very hard for them to straight up teamfight.
Yeah, fully agree. If they're not getting a few key kills on this Juggernaut early on to accelerate his net worth, because he's going to need the net worth lead really early on to play this game, and Juggernaut's lane goes badly or goes even in any way, I feel like it's going to be a very difficult game for Tundra.
But they would put the center with the Juggernaut, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't really sound like a kill lane.
But when the Nature's comes, then maybe it does.
But
you can wrap around.
And I guess Kunkka is a type of offlaner that you can leave alone, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's okay. It depends on the first, you know, he's not like some old Enigma where he denies the wave back, but he's okay.
He's gonna live. He might not get a lot out of the lane, but he probably should live.
He better do his job, you know, like you hope it works.
It's all immersion. Like in these games where you really depend on kills on the side lanes to establish your lead, that's when you watch the Nature's Prophet. That's when he has the most impact. He's got to make the kills happen.
All right. All eyes on Immersion. You heard it here first. But before you put your eyes on Immersion, let's put your eyes on our commentary duo, because we got none other than ODPixel and Cinnamon joining us.
You broke my fall perfectly.
Your admiral is on board.
Thirty seconds to battle.
first and best.
For my glory.
Never!
A bit faster.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The beats of your heart. Never. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
been killed.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board. You'll get the next one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board. Precious bounty. Illusion.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has been denied. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage.
The pattern is complete!
For my coffers.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Precious cards. I might bravery and
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Have another. I insist.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
Dire's top tower is falling.
touch of death is upon me. Invisibility.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
For the
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pox upon you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bounty.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, bounty!
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Into the dire. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The battle is complete. That game's slow.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
To pay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
shall see.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Rival split!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
A golden thread.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Invisibility.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Juggernaut's powers. Fear it. Another. I insist.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Admiral, you're a trusty mate.
Dire are scanning.
Unlucky find.
Invisibility.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Cinder. And yeah, that was a firm performance from Falcons. They did not really allow Tundra to make a comeback once they had their grasp on this game. I'm joined by Effie and Kazu, and we're going to break this game down and tell you exactly why things happened the way they did. We ended the panel, we ended the draft by saying, Effie, we would keep all eyes on Immersion because there was a lot of pressure on him to basically win all lanes for his team.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the Nature's Prophet moved quite well. He did what he could. I saw his presence in all 3 lanes at some point. They did manage to secure first blood for Tomato. They did get a couple of kills on the bottom lane. But did it really matter when even outside of those kills, Juggernaut was getting completely crushed by this Weaver plus Brew lane? It really felt like this Weaver had way too much impact. It was just a free Weaver lane. And we saw later on that Weaver had triple Wraithband, Blightstone. He was just doing a lot while the Lifestealer was just free farming in the top lane. They didn't need the Lifestealer to rotate at all. Like, Skeeter was able to just farm and hit his timings because this Weaver was doing the physical damage that they needed so early on.
And this is, I don't know how, but it's kind of a common trend that when Crit gets Weaver, he's just destroying the lane. This is a free lane for Weaver. There's no way anything's going to happen to him. Then he goes Solar Crest, he goes Desto, he helps his team, they all play well together. Malrine, they said it in the cast, they said it after. He held his ground, then they play through him because like the supports for Bryle, they're a little like awkward. Nature's Prophet outside of the laning stage doesn't really set it up for you. Support Centaur, he's going to stampede you, but I feel like it stops there.
Yeah, I mean, he did show up mid on Immersion on that Nature's Prophet to try to take out Malrine's Pango, but at the same time, Snaking, because the top lane went so well, was able to also TP and help the Pango there. And they actually won a trade that maybe could have been a little bit game-changing for Bryle if they managed to get the kill on Pango. But Bryle did end up losing that trade in the mid lane, and it felt like that set a pace for a Snowball. With that being said, it did feel like Tundra did have a lot of ways to play the game, but Skeeter, when he finally joined the game and got that first item Nullifier, it popped off. Once that Brew had that Radiance and Lifestealer showed up with a Nullifier, this Necro that was finding its way around the game using the best Boots of Travel to the best that it could was completely shredded by Lifestealer.
And like I just love exactly like all the stuff that is going on, because the thing is, we had a series earlier today. At some point when you play against these tanky heroes, you need to cut through them. And I think they understood that so well. You have the Solar Crest and the Desto on Crit with the minus armor of the box. Skeeter, as Effie said, rushing the Nullifier, then the BKB, because all he has to do is stay in this fight and slap them. You know, get one Conker out, get one Necro out, and the entire lineup and draft of Tundra, it will fall apart on the spot.
Yeah, they might survive a little longer than average, but they don't have the damage to deal out anyway to kill you off as well. So overall, it was a solid performance by Falcons, who with this win, they do very well. They get an extra point. They're now 6-3. Not 100% guaranteed upper bracket yet. They need to win another one for that. And the only one that can stop them from getting upper bracket now is Tundra on the other side, who obviously will try to do their best to win the next game. I do have to focus our attention a little bit more towards the carry matchup because we don't see Juggernaut that often. And Skeeter obviously had a great time on his Lifestealer at the end, and that's why we chose those two for our Acer Predator head-to-head matchup, because it is a very old school matchup here, Kazu.
Yeah, but I just think it's not the same anymore as it used to be. Me and Mira were also talking about it. Like nowadays, Lifestealer, he builds different. He has more attack speed built-in. He can man up easier. Sometimes you can even buy an Aghanims later to like get out of the Omni Slash or whatever it may be. But overall for Skeeter, I think like there's a reason this guy is a TI winner. Because if you itemize differently on Lifestealer, the chance of you losing this game, it drastically goes up. But he knows exactly what to do, clutches it out, makes it look easy.
That Nullifier came at exactly the perfect time because that fight looked like it could have gone either way if Necro managed to live through the initial burst after the Dispel by Brewmaster. The fight that I'm talking about is that one near the bottom lane where Lifestealer TPs in and shows up. But I mean, that being said, Tomato got the kills that we were talking about in the early game, but the actual CS he was getting on the lane was not there because even though there were a couple of kills that he managed to get, Lifestealer was ahead of Juggernaut in net worth by 3k gold after that laning stage. And if you're playing Juggernaut versus Lifestealer, you have to be leading in net worth. You want to be ready to join the fights when you can shred through this Lifestealer with your Omni Slash. And unfortunately, Jug got to that point with his Butterfly and MKV much later in the game when everybody on Falcons had so much farm already.
This Weaver needs to be respected. I'm sick of seeing Crit playing Weaver. You know, he plays it so well. You stop giving him a dual melee lane. Like, you're asking to get clapped.
Yeah.
Like, nothing else was going to happen.
Well, we talked about this during the draft, though, because the amount of bans that you have is limited, and Effie mentioned that there's like about 15 heroes that are good to get, and therefore you got to pick and choose carefully, and we saw a lot of targeted bans towards Amar, and the Weaver just his first phase picked. Like overall first pick, so if you don't want to play against it, you gotta ban it, and that means you gotta let something else through, and that just starts, you know, getting a slippery slope at that point. There is also one, for me, elephant in the room that I feel like I have to address, because oftentimes at the start of the day we talk about, oh, these heroes have been doing well, these heroes have been doing well. Well, I want to point out that Lifestealer has been picked 9 times so far. I don't actually know on the other games that are going on right now, or might have just finished. They might have also been in there. But without those other 2 games going on, 9 Lifestealer games, 8 wins. Kenzo, at what point do we have to, like, you know, ring the bell and say, hello, guys, Lifestealer, maybe it's time to start banning him or addressing him more thoroughly?
I don't know. I think this hero's pretty good. I don't know what changed. Obviously, other teams are going to have to catch on to it.
Yeah.
He lanes well. He owns the tanky heroes. And not only that, when other people go in for you and they get gone in the fight, you can infest and help them. So it's not like this type of carry who has to farm forever. Like, if he comes online, he helps your team. And the thing I value the most, he slows down the enemy team and the enemy offlaner. And I think right now, it is so important to do that.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you start picking a hero to respond to a certain meta hero, and in Lifestealer's case, it was a response to Lone Druid. Teams are theory crafting, how do we deal with this? Let us just try Lifestealer and kill the bear with this hero later on, and then if it works out, you try it in other situations. And then one team looks really good at it, like Azure Ray, and other teams look at it and think, hey, maybe they're onto something here. And that's what's happening with Lifestealer. I feel like the stocks are just going to go up.
It seems to be doing a great job. Falcon stock going up as well here with all these wins. And we're going to find out if Thunder can join them at the top, you know, tie the score once again. Or maybe we're going to see Falcon take this one 2-0. We're going to have to wait and see. We'll be right back after a break with the draft of game number 2.
Time I wasted on something, growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care of it. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. Sick and tired of this. Ooh, what a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. Ooh, what a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling.
and Tundra yesterday had a pretty rough day. They both went 1 and 3. And when we look at that a little bit more in depth, we also see who they lost to, or who they tied with. And the 0-2 that both teams suffered, Falcons lost 0-2 to G2IG, whereas Tundra lost 0-2 to Team Liquid. And I kind of feel like one team was able to recover better than the other to the 0-2 they suffered. I felt like Falcons was obviously, as easy to say, we saw one game and they crushed it, you know, maybe a little bit recency bias here, but it did feel like Falcons, they just picked up where they left off, Kazu. Whereas Tundra, maybe a little shaky, because they also had a draft that maybe wasn't really their full comfort zone here either.
I think they still played okay in the mid game, but perhaps they made it a little harder than maybe it should be a little bit in the draft. I mean, I don't want to overhard, but I'll just use one example with the Weaver. I think if you let it through again, let's just have heroes that when this guy Shikuchi's around, like, we just kill him. Yep. Like, have a Spirit Breaker or have a Dark Willow, like just some semi-threat, so it's not just... You can't give the best players in the world in their best roles like a free game on their heroes. Even if it's a support, like it will spill into the entire game and into other lanes.
Yeah, and I like that you bring up the Spirit Breaker, because that was wide open for either team in the last game. And I feel like if they had that Spirit Breaker, they potentially could have made more happen in terms of shutting down the Weaver, maybe being able to play with their Nature's Prophet, rotate on the mid lane when they tried to. It could have simplified the game for them. But let's see what they're cooking for this game 2. Another thing that I want to point out is you really can't give this TI winning Tundra, former Tundra safe lane, and Skeeter and Snake King a free lane also. Because it's not just crit on the Weaver who had a free lane, it was the Lifestealer. Lifestealer was 3k net worth almost ahead of that Juggernaut after the laning stage. Like, it was absurd.
Like, I think that's also another thing. Like, when you think about a carry, I mean, giving any carry free farm obviously is very scary. Like Yatoro, whatever other carries you want to throw out there. But Skeeter and the entire last year when he played in Tundra, he's very good at maximizing. Like, you can leave him alone very early. Now suddenly Grimstroke TP's mid, goes bottom, and that's what I'm saying. It spills, even though the map is very big. Your map can get shut down very quickly nowadays in Dota.
Yeah. Before we head into the draft of game number 2, also a quick update that we now know the 4 eliminated teams from ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. Wawitas is out, Blacklist is out, 9 Pandas is out, LGD is out.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I thought they could do it. They didn't.
They did not. Of course, it was with LGD elimination. It was Team Liquid that took a game of them, and they only needed to take one game to make sure that they weren't eliminated themselves. Team Liquid still also is looking for that 2-0 in the series they're playing right now against LGD to try and, you know, come even with potentially, if these two teams tie, if Tundra takes game 2, then Team Liquid can also still wedge themselves in that in a 3-way tie with them. So we'll see if that plays itself out. But of course, a lot of that is depending on Tundra, because Falcons could just end that right here. They could just make sure that there's no ties whatsoever in Group B if they smash it again.
There's still hope for Liquid fans, that's for sure. It's very sad to see LGD go, because they looked like they made a recovery yesterday, and they had some really exciting ideas. Also, Kazu, I said "oh nar" and you didn't say it, so I'm quite betrayed right now.
I think it's just because mine isn't as good as yours, so you know I wanted to keep it in the spotlight.
Okay, that's fair. For context, Twitch chat, we have been saying that a lot in the green room.
One of the many things we've been saying.
I was going to say, we say a lot in the green room, and not everything will be making it to the broadcast, but that's
Certainly
one little tidbit you get right there. Look at that, Mira. Effie, there's a Luna first pick.
Wow, she made it. 4 and 10. She's doing great.
She's not doing well. No, she's doing much worse than I thought she would be. And picking this Luna versus the Slardar is quite brave, because conceptually Luna has always been good against these melee heroes, but Slardar functions differently because he can run her down. Like, the way that these Slardars play on lane is they pair it with a very aggressive support, and they... If they get a couple of kills and they get the snowball going, suddenly Luna's just... She has to go to the jungle early on, and you can't capitalize on what makes Luna good in the first place, which is her stable laning.
I do think that this first phase Slardar, we saw it once, and it got destroyed, but that wasn't in a game or in a team where they aren't as open to flexing it. I think Tundra will be open to flexing the hero, like potentially to other roles. And like you said, it's not like some be-all, end-all matchup against the Luna. But I think Falcon should be pretty happy. You can try to build some good dual lanes. Again, Slardar is a hero you need to try and slow down at least a little bit. You buy the Manta later. So I would say both teams, you know, probably chilling right now.
Yeah, they've been flexing the Slardar on Tundra to the mid lane with Bryle, and the team that does this best, I think, from what I've seen, has been Azure Ray on their mid Slardar. It just looks really good. There is a strong concept here in, you know, having the entire river as a Slardar, and of course these rivers make you stronger, but the issue is when tech like this comes out in Dota, you still haven't figured out what's good against it mid. So you're susceptible to getting Lena'd, you're susceptible to potentially getting quapped or something that can punish you on the lane.
There's a few other heroes we see sometimes. Like, I think now if you're Falcons, I want to address the Slardar. So I don't think Luna is enough. There's probably other heroes you want to go for with potentially, you know, some Phoenix as a 5 down the line, or maybe a Tusk. But
or
then
a Weaver.
Sure, but then you also need to cover it in mid. Since they're a second pick, they get to choose that later. But yeah, for now at least you get the crit Weaver. At least for now, Tundra already have a semi-answer. You ever get on top of him with Slaughter, Blink Bash, Haze, Stun, take him out. Get him out of here.
Sounds so simple.
Yeah. They should just do it.
Yeah, why didn't they do that previously?
They didn't have Slaughter Achiever.
Fair. Right, we got a Centaur and a Pango removed on the side of Tundra. We, of course, did see that Pango in the previous game, and it was pretty scary, let me tell you that. We also saw the Centaur, actually, previous game was pretty scary as well. Was it a little less scary? Yes, it was a little less scary. But that's okay. Removed either way. We get a Spectre ban coming out there as well.
Yeah, good protection for Luna on top of you at the same time. There's Slaughter, Spectre comes in. But Tundra need to start to come out here. Still, out some more catch and some more, you know, stuff just against Weaver to make it nice for you. And just some solid laners. You know, Dark Willow comes to mind. I know they like some flexing of Rubiks and Wind Rangers or whatever.
I like the idea of Dark Willow a lot. Oh, this is interesting. Phoenix plus Tusk. So I feel that Tusk is one of the heroes who is incredibly undervalued when it comes to pairing him with Slardar, because you eat those Roshans so quickly, and you can very, very quickly burst any kind of melee or tanky target, but Falcons doesn't really seem to have that. With that being said, you can't really underestimate the damage output coming out of these two heroes.
I'm kind of surprised that they actually took both. I think they're both fine. I really like your point about the Roche too, because Luna loves to play with that later, so being able to also take that away and kind of contest it is great. Because I feel like Falcons would have loved to have at least one of these two heroes.
Wait, what's the other one?
I love this third pick.
No!
This fourth pick.
I need to know the third pick. We'll come back to it. We'll figure this out.
New hero.
But which one could it be if you know there's a Lich? You want to do some bold predictions?
Wait,
who's what is this? 7 and 4? Did it say?
Yeah, I guess I thought it said 2 and 0, but that was Lich's stat. It was a mid pick.
It's a Dragon Knight.
It's a Dragon Knight.
I want to talk about this Lich. That's a Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Go for the Lich.
That's why they Necro. That makes sense. But I like this Lich a lot because something that Liquid, I believe, did yesterday versus Slardar was they played Monkey King plus Lich on the safe lane, and they fought into the Slardar. So I was talking about how this Luna can be exploited by Slardar +1 with a heavy kill lane, like this Tusk, for example. Lich naturally offsets that because the Frost armor is just so good at offsetting Slardar's damage in the early game. Now that you have this Lich to protect this Luna, it seems like they're going to run over the Slardar actually in the offlane. I don't see the Slardar having a good game anymore.
No, I think that's what we saw yesterday. So Liquid ran the Lich. I saw LGD do it too. We saw Secret address it with some Troll Veno. Like, one Luna isn't enough. But you double down, you now have the Lich. It's great in the lane. If Slardar were to go mid against DK, which originally now he isn't anymore, but that's another reason why they did pick DK. He doesn't really care about it. So I think Falcons have some very good answers. I would say the Necro pick is pretty good. He doesn't have the most, I would say, like pressure or burst yet, and I don't think you really own a DK. Perhaps with the added supports coming in later, it will help a lot more. But if I'm Falcons and I can put my eyes on an offlaner who's gonna build pipe or give me more teamfight, I will be very happy. Maybe I make it sound too simple, but you have two heroes with high armor, you have Lich against Slardar. If there's no magic burst coming through anywhere, I don't see any of these heroes dying.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, I actually wanted to say that I like Tundra's draft right now because now they have something to take advantage of the tag team outside of objectives like Roche. They have the ability to shred down this DK with the amplified damage from Slardar, with the tag team coming out of Tusk, and of course the Sunray coming out of Phoenix, and the Reaper Scythe coming out of Necro. They have solutions to burst this DK. Killing this DK is not going to be difficult for Tundra whatsoever.
DK, they can definitely they can kill him plenty of times. early on. I do think for Phoenix is not a good matchup for DK, but I would say in the mid game, if they can get through it nicely, honestly, this Lich Shield will be very annoying. I wonder if Tundra can somehow find a way where, I mean, maybe you get a hero who's gonna build Nullifier at, you know, like a decent time, because I think this Lich Shield is too good against Slaughter and Tusk, so that's something to value. Unless you want to go for maybe some hybrid type carry on Tundra. You know, you never know. Maybe some Muerta. I don't know how easy it is to pick that hero blind. JK, it's a Huskar.
That is a Huskar.
Could they do some...
Is it a safe lane Slardar?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It then.
So it's safe lane Slardar with offlane Necro and then mid Huskar to take advantage of the DK mid. Is that what's happening
But
here?
is the DK even going to be mid?
I mean, I would imagine it is. You could
because
run
they
it on the
they ban
offlane.
out 2 heroes. Like Tundra is still expecting a different mid hero because they ban out Lina and Viper.
I mean, I suppose that's true. But either way, you have solutions for the DK in the Huskar and the Necro both.
True. I suggested it once before. It's sniper time. If you want to do some swap around, I don't know if you have to, because I agree with you, Mira. I think Tundra right now, they're on the train of this is a Slaughter safe lane. Huskar is going mid to destroy the DK.
Yeah.
And make him want to quit the game. So I think if you're Falcons, they should be toying with the idea to swap it around. Amar has also played DK offlane plenty of times.
Yeah, it's not like he won't be able to do that.
Yeah.
Even if you flex the DK, how well does DK do versus a safe lane Slardar? Because I think that safe lane Slardar, in theory, should be able to beat up the DK. I mean, I guess you have to consider the Weaver versus Phoenix matchup.
I mean, I guess Weaver will probably...
There is a sniper! Woo.
It does make sense. We have seen it plenty of times before where... I mean, because now Tundra need to choose. They were probably like, we're so smart, we picked this Huskar and we have these options open. But now, any of these 3 heroes you put mid, they don't enjoy
what do they
getting
do?
clicked.
Can you do that again?
What did I do?
What are they thinking right now?
That they were so smart.
And the sound before that?
You know, we're so smart, we can do this.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
no, you pick the sniper. Now, none of your stupid heroes enjoy to go middle. Yeah,
So
Malrine, he's going to be happy.
They put the Necro back middle because of the sniper, which makes sense because I feel like Huskar does get bodied by sniper. So now you're playing a safe lane Huskar. And back to the offlane Slardar, which I feel got solved already by the Lich plus Luna lane. So this sniper pick was brilliant by Falcons.
Okay, I need... Tomato has got to pop off. He's going to lane against DK, right? With all the flexing that's going around. Yeah, so he has to pop off. He has to destroy Amar. Because otherwise, he's going to get pew-pewed by a sniper and they lose.
I would also just look at the Slardar from Kasane. If he can somehow make something happen on his lane, like if they can make any kill happen on either Lich or Luna and he can get a really early timing on his Slardar, the game changes because if you have the Slardar to play with, then your Huskar has time to farm up and recover. And you'll be able to potentially, you know, blink on that sniper, get on top of him, get a few kills. That could really change the game around. But it's a hard lane for Slardar.
Early game and then to take the Aegis. Like Effie was saying earlier, they need Tomato Aegis and go.
All right. Again, all the onus is on Tundra to play in a certain way to be able to deal with everything that Falcon has. All right. Sounds like Tundra has got their work cut out for them, and that means our commentary team has got their work cut out for them as well. ODPixel and Cinnamon.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Why am I smiling? This is what trigger happy looks like.
Quick draw.
First blood for Salamene and for the Dark Moon. Radiant structures are fortified.
defeated.
Of the old.
Dire are scanning.
Inconceivable! Your flesh spoils.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Defrosted.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's
I'm
turret
sensing
has
a
been
pattern
killed.
here.
Forsaken.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
That fight is tough without a gun, isn't it?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Quick draw.
Got it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Infection
Dire
surges.
are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Time has fallen to the Dire.
A golden thread.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Arms for the dead.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has Dire are scanning.
Regeneration!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Thanks. Dire are scanning.
Coin for me. A golden thread.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tally ho! Got it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Illusion.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I've killed dragons, less deserving of death.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's turret has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It looks like...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Radiant are scared. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Thank you very much, Odipixel and Cinderin. 2-0 for Team Falcons also means they're guaranteed upper bracket. They will play again today. Actually, on this very stream, you're on the right place to see more Falcon action. They'll go up against Azure Ray. It also means that Tundra will be in the lower bracket. You'll see them again, but not today. They'll play again once we're actually in the main event with the crowd in front of us, so that will be very exciting. Looking forward to that, but let's first talk about how things got to this place, because we said, okay, you know what, Tundra's lineup, they need to bring the action. They need to really do a lot of moves and make a lot happen, and then for a while they did. It did look decent for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, definitely when you look at this draft and how it played out, you'd think that they got completely caught off guard by the sniper. They had to pivot their Husker to the safe lane, and they needed their Slardar to get a few kills. And they did manage to do pretty well. I think all things considered, Bryle from the mid lane got what he could, Kasana got what he could. Tomato, with the exception of a couple of deaths, did manage to make something happen later on, but it just wasn't enough. I feel like they had to play a perfect game on the side of Tundra, given how the draft played out, for them to win this, and that just didn't happen. Also, a special shout out to Lich, because that Frost armor was very, very difficult to play around.
And I think that's just one of the things, I've said it before, like that what makes Dota so beautiful. There's just these heroes you don't think about, but then other heroes creep up, and then suddenly now they have purpose, so you can pick them. So Lich pick, phenomenal. I think Tundra, they did more than I even thought. Starter doing well bottom, it goes into mid, Bryle doing stuff there. But yeah, I think those two solo devs that Tomato had, they're this is like it's the illegal territory.
Yeah.
But in his defense, I'm pretty sure what happened is you get caught off in the draft, you're like, okay, screw it, I'll play the Huskar, you take the Necro mid, so you take one for the team, but sadly it shows in the game.
Yep. Yeah. And there were some signs of life where the fights looked very long and drawn out, and that's where Necro really excelled.
Yeah.
But because this Weaver was having such a good game too, suddenly that Nullifier was online. And even in that fight, when they were able to kill the Luna on the side of Tundra, it doesn't matter because the Weaver came in with that Nullifier. They killed everybody else, regardless of the Luna dying first, and they got the Roshan right after that. And at that point, the game was impossible for Tundra.
Yeah, and there were a couple of back and forths, but then indeed, once Falcons started winning the fights, it just ends very quickly, because they got the Dragon Knight, they got the Luna, buildings will just basically be washed away in no time, and the game is just done, Kezu.
I think also like DK Luna has always been, it doesn't really show very often, but DK is a hero, he doesn't hit hard, but he hits many times in like a team fight. Yeah. And when you have the Luna Aura, there's some random Solar Crest, some random bug that's on you, like that damage, it starts compiling pretty damn quickly. And yeah, I mean, once they just get to hit and have free reign with Sniper, Luna, DK, yeah, you're just gonna die. It's just simple.
I mean, the death numbers here don't lie as well. I mean, the numbers we're in the double digits coming out here, Effie. That's not something we see every day.
Yeah, it's just how it goes. Sometimes the games are really hard, and you're just a Tusk and you want to snowball in and do something, and you have to give up your life. And yeah, it's just the nature of playing from behind.
Yeah, well, tough time for Tundra, but on the bright side, they're still, of course, moving forward. And we hear this a lot, where teams generally learn more from losses than from wins. So a lot to learn here for Tundra before they move forward into the playoffs. For Falcons, they don't get a lot of time to learn from these games they just played, because they have to play again pretty soon after this. They play against Azure Ray, and it also means that Group B, no tiebreakers whatsoever. The only tie that we have that's going to get solved is the tie in Group A, which once again, I'll reiterate.
One more time.
The Storm stream, 9 Pandas versus G2IG, finished. And that means you really have to go to that stream right now, because I don't know exactly what the exact start time is, but it will be on that stream, and it could be any moment now. So there's probably a countdown on that stream, and that is for a 1v1 mid between Mid One and Quinn. Team Secret, Gaming Gladiators. One team's going to go upper bracket, the other team's going to go lower bracket, and the team that's going to go upper bracket will again play today against G2IG, who is at the top of Group B, and they'll go up against the second place of Group A. So that's going to get decided there. So open that tab. I mean, I'm giving you some time here to open that tab. I hope you would make it in time to see that 1v1. We don't get to see 1v1s enough, Kezu, I feel.
No, we really don't. I'm happy that this was implemented. I don't know who the big brain is, but whoever did it, good job to you, because it's entertainment.
It's entertainment. I mean, I know that there will be a lot of people saying, "Oh, but is this really a good way to decide who is going to be first and who's going to be better?" No, I don't care. I'm here for the entertainment. Guess what? This is an entertainment show. Esports is, I think, for entertainment, and this is prime entertainment style. Effie,
I think we could solve all of Dota with 1v1s.
Some people do
That's
that
what I'll
already in
say.
their pubs.
Yeah.
1v1 me. Come on, dude.
Exactly. You get into a fight with somebody, 1v1. Go 1v1 now. And they never do it because they know that it's the solution to everything.
Exactly.
They're scared.
But ESL knows.
They know how to entertain you. We know how to entertain you. We can also entertain you by, just closing out the group stages here, because those were the matches for the group stages. And I think when we're talking about the group stage and the results of them, in terms of surprises, I think for me, Effie, the biggest surprise coming out of the group stage is to see G2IG at the very top. I mean, obviously, we know that this is a squad that does well, but being on top is something different altogether.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it the biggest surprise per se, because I expected a lot out of this team when I saw the roster, but beating Liquid and Falcons and getting that first place, that was incredibly impressive. I thought that they'd maybe get second, maybe get third, but I mean, this team has some superstar names, and especially fans of the prior LGD roster, the one that was very dominant, everybody knows what Nothing to Say brings to a team. He brings experience, he brings stability, and I'm not shocked to see him doing this well on a new roster.
So what would your most, because if it's not G2 making it first, what is your most surprising result?
Don't steal mine.
Okay, I'll just tell you what my biggest surprise is Secret completely won me over. I did not come into this group stage thinking that Secret would excel in the way that they did. I didn't think they'd bring the innovation that they did. I thought that they would just be, you know, fighting for their life, trying not to get eliminated, but now they're contenders for potentially upper bracket, and that's just really impressive. You know, the rise of Puppy, the return of Secret, the DPC was holding them back.
Yeah.
That was,
It's true though. Like Puppy, anytime there's no DPC, he's like on top, and then there's DPC. It's like something just doesn't work out. I don't know what it. The biggest surprise for me, and might because I'm biased towards LGD, but them not showing up is well, it's disappointing to me. I'm a big fan of Jawed. I feel like he's done it before, where they lose some players, but he makes it work. You know, maybe Nothing to Say was too important to the team. You never know. Give them some more time.
I think so. I mean, I'm a huge fan of LGD, even without the giants. The giant names that kind of brought them to their peak. Still, Zhao is such an innovator and such an entertaining captain to watch. But I think that the trio of Nothing to Say, Faith Beyond, and Ame as anchors to LGD were way too important. And slowly, they've lost every single one of these anchors over the year. The final anchor, the final core player, keeping them steady, digging their feet into the ground was Nothing to Say, and he's no longer there. So I'm not surprised that there's going to be an adjustment period now.
Yeah, they definitely need to work on some things, but it won't be for this ESL one anymore. And there's only a couple teams that get time to work on some things. So those are the teams that are still in the competition. One of those teams still in the competition, and a team that we're going to see later today is Falcons. And speaking of Falcons, we have here BSJ and Snaking standing by.
Thank you, Shiver. So, pretty high stakes match you just played there. What was the atmosphere of the team like during the match compared to after winning 2-0?
I mean, the match was very intense, especially with how high tempo Tundra was playing. They just kept running at us, and they were looking for pickoffs, and a lot of times we were kind of bleeding a little bit here and there, getting picked off. And obviously, it's a lot at stake, so the tension is very high between both teams. And we ended up being able to capitalize on a few of their overextensions and mistakes, and we had the better scaling, so I think they felt very pressured to kind of keep running at us and keep getting kills. Otherwise, like, we'll outscale them.
Okay, so you're pretty well known for having a strong voice in the team. So going into a series like this with the new squad, like, how do you feel it's coming together, the communication, the leadership, all the roles being in-game in such a stressful environment?
I think a lot of things are still a work in progress. The biggest part is, I think, communication with very young players. We have Amar and Maureen, who are like 19 years old players, and they're very talented, but like they're still very immature and they have a lot to learn. But I think they're amazing players, and we'll be growing a lot as a team in the future.
So you're having to rule with a bit of an iron fist, or how do you keep these young guns in check?
I'm never really an iron fist type of guy, so I think for the most part I just try to be reasonable with them, and they listen pretty well. And I think Amar gets a really bad rep for being toxic and like hard to deal with. But I think in a team environment, he's actually a lot easier and very, like I would in fact say it's very easy to work with. And it's just like a different view when that you see him when he's on your team.
Yeah, and I'd say it's important for us to all note that you guys just had a very important win, but you don't have much time before you have another very important match. So in Pro Dota, sometimes you have a week to prepare, sometimes you have like less than an hour. So like, what's one of the most important parts about preparing on such short notice for your next opponent?
I think it's just a lot of it just looking over the drafts and seeing what the enemies likes to play, and just having like openers ready on what we choose to play against and what we think we'll get. And I think the important thing is we just have to stick to our fundamentals and what we're good at.
I believe you're going to do just that. Thanks for joining me, Snake King, and we're going to send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, BSJ.
Thank you.
Snake King. You good?
I'm good now.
Oh, good to hear. All right, I want everybody to pay attention to the timer on the bottom right. That's right, yes. Cool. 10 minutes from now, so when it says 17-18, that's when the best of one. Or sorry, that's when a 1v1. It's also, is the 1v1 a best of one, or is the best of 3 1v1?
Open the rulebook, everybody. Page 32.
Page 34.
It's 34.
Page 34. Either way, the 1v1 starts at 17:18 on the Storm stream. So now you got an actual start time to deal with it. I know it's a funky number, but there's reasons for that. Don't ask me. It's just the way it is, and we like to keep you on your toes. So 17:18, 9 minutes from now. 1v1 mid. Quinn, mid one. Tune in. For us, we are gonna, as I said, wrap up the group stages. So that means we are having our final 8 teams. Here they are. We got them all lined up with Liquid, Gaming, Falcon, Azure Ray, G2IG, Tundra, Secret, and Betboom coming out here. And yeah, I mean, it's pain in our hearts. I think FE seeing some of the teams get eliminated, but the 8 still win. This is very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, these are the teams that fought through the group stages. They are the ones who deserve to be playing on the main stage. And I feel like now that it's over, the group stages are over. And of course, there are upper bracket series being played today. But after that, they're going to have some time to unwind after playing so much Dota. And they're going to study, which they haven't had the time to do. They've been playing nonstop, but they haven't sat down and looked at replays and draft prepped. So we might see some entirely new ideas coming out of the teams that we watched in this group stage on the arena days.
I mean, that like it happens every time. Even just one day, it can be enough. Like right now, you have some new heroes popping up. You know, teams get 1 day or 1.5 days, however long it may be. You know, some random dude is gonna cook up something you've never seen before, and boom, catch him by surprise. Easy 1-game victory.
Got him. Viper mid. You should have watched
apparently,
the China
you know,
region. Come on, XM crushes with that hero. I can't wait to see him pull it out again, perhaps against Falcons. I actually do think that's going to be a fantastic series. Obviously, the G2IG series versus either Secret or Gaming is going to be great as well. But I think if I'm going to have both, I'm going to have both streams on, but there's always one that you pay a little bit more attention to than the other. And it should, for me, it's the Azure Ray Falcon series. Keza, would you agree?
For me, the same, but only because I'm a Falcons fanboy.
Ooh.
I don't know if it has, because I think both matches are great, but I'm just, I'm a biased panelist.
Is this for right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will agree with that, but for the opposite reason. XM has won my heart today, especially after that Viper and after saying, how did you not know about my Viper?
The Viper trademark, guys.
It isn't just my best hero, it's my signature hero, and everybody would have banned it against me, apart from these idiots. He didn't say that.
But that's what it felt like he was saying.
Yeah, he meant it.
I love the quiet confidence in that,
Yes.
and honestly, he wasn't a player who was very much on my radar, or I didn't get to see a lot of him, but he completely popped off today. Azure Ray are looking like a team that ticks every box, and I'm excited to see what more they can bring.
Yeah, same. Also curious, I mean, there's lower bracket later on, but one thing that I'm curious about is Betboom, because I feel like I know it's maybe a bit random to bring it up because, you know, they have not been popping off, but they've also not done bad. They're in a lower bracket, they're doing fine. They've tied every single series they've played, and I think that's very interesting, and it means that once we get to the best of threes, we're gonna really see Betboom, I mean, hopefully stepping into their own. We'll see how that goes, but it's pretty cool to see a team go full ties and see how they do in the plays. But again, for the low bracket, we'll have to wait in front of a crowd. Anything can happen as well. But for us, for now, we're gonna take a little bit of a break. Now, this leaves you with 6 minutes.
Yep.
to get to the Storm stream, head over there
Do
right
it.
now. Of course, keep an eye on this one as well, because we will show Azure versus Falcons right here on this very stream. There will be another stream active as well with the other matchup, but of course that one can't happen until the best of one is done as well, because that decides what's in the upper bracket and who the opponent of G2IG is going to be. So for now, head over to that Storm stream and keep your eyes peeled right here for more ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023.
What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. 'Cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home. Walk with me through these derelict streets. Threatening behavior spreads like disease. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty, all my demons are here. Gaze in the fire, let me dance in the flames. Fuel my desire, there's hurt in my veins. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty, all my demons are here. Oh, find a way. Oh, come what may. Cast out of heaven, fall from grace. Staring in the mirror is the devil waiting to take your place. Deep at the bottom of everything, pray for rain to wash away these sins. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty, all my demons are here. Oh, find a way. Oh, come what may. Cast out of heaven, fall from grace. Staring in the mirror is a devil waiting to take your
She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away like spending money just as soon as I make it. Even with the drama, Lil' Mama, my favorite. She come with finesse and stutter steps, everything fresh to the death. She ain't gotta flex, she just say less. Come correct her, don't come at all. That girl done it all, run it all, window to the wall. Every time she call, it's a mission. It gon' be a trip, pay attention. I ain't even mad, she different. Just like sunlight in the distance, a little out of reach, ready made for the way. Cause the life is a beach, at least it's a mutual arrangement. If I'm being honest with myself, I wouldn't change it. Every time I'm with her, it's a mini vacation. Lose track of time like daylight savings. She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place and me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say, I say what you have, she say what you got. I say what you need, she say what you want. I say what you on, she just say a lie. She could have the whole world on a string in a pocket. Stage dive with it in a mosh pit. Everybody watching, she don't care with gossip. She stir the pot cause she just a little toxic. She know she the plug in the charge in the socket. I would say it's love, but it's more catastrophic. Defies logic, a little obnoxious, but I'm so far gone like a Drake tape. Never had a chance in the first place. Maybe that's a mistake. I just had to know how her lip stays. Body talk letting her fixate this way. She know she my favorite escape. That's why she hit my line when it hit it. In the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. My place and me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Sucker for a pretty face, okay, okay. And she always get away when I say it.
to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, 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 again. All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, I didn't care of it. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen. Mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die ich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen. Mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die ich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body anerkannte Saft. 808, das so laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen. Mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die ich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. scream out. I see you turn around. Stay on. You shine the brightest, brightest. There's no doubt. The current's changing, changing. Still about. Ain't you waiting, waiting? Ain't you waiting, waiting? Ain't you waiting, waiting? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My destiny see the palm of my hand. Nothing can stop me from going there. I feel the devil in my head. I feel the pain running through my veins. And when I feel there's no time to waste, I don't care about yesterday. I'm still moving forward on the way, just like a hurricane. Feel the power, I feel the rage. I need to break out of the cage. I still have the strength, I still have the faith. But it's not that easy to turn the page. And when I feel there's no time to waste, I don't care about yesterday. I'm still moving forward on the way, just like a hurricane. Come on, 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 come Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night I feel you on my skin, my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. You move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered.
And with that, we have concluded the group stage here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023. You saw it happen on the secondary stream, but we showed it to you a little bit here. We had a 1v1 tiebreaker between Quinn and Mid1. It was a nail biter, but Quinn ends up coming out on top, which means that Game & Gladiators is coming out on top, and they will be moving to the upper bracket, which is what we're now getting ready to cover here on the mainstream. Not Game & though. We're going to be doing Azure Ray versus Team Falcons. We're getting into bracket play. Me, Tsunami, and also my panel, Sind and Winter. Wow.
Sinter.
Oh, whoa. Now, this is a good one.
Or is it Winderin?
Oh, Winderin. Okay.
Friends, what did you think of that 1v1?
It went according to my expectations, probably. I think in that matchup and on that hero, I would give Quinn an edge. And he kept building small advantages until it ultimately... I mean, it was a pretty close kill, to be fair. I think he had an uphill miss, but he
because
had an
of that neutral death, though, which, I mean, I think if he walked all the way back to base and TP'd, it would have probably been too far gone anyway.
Yeah.
So he needed to, Mid1 needed to die just to get back to the fountain quicker.
I mean, would you have preferred SF against Queen of Pain rather than SF against SF?
I think it's just hard to find a truly fair matchup.
Yeah,
right?
but
not a mirror.
obviously you can't do it just one game, you know. You have to do like a BO3.
Exactly. If you want to do something like that, you need to play both sides of the matchup and then have a tiebreaker after that. So like, let's say you had you have Quap versus Puck, or a classic one, which isn't fair anymore, right? But let's say Quap versus Puck.
You want an asymmetric matchup, not the same hero.
The same hero one should be the tiebreaker in that case. So you could technically you could do SF or Queen versus Puck, then Puck versus Queen. And if each player wins one, then you tiebreaker SF on the last one.
Interesting.
Essentially, if you don't have a very fair matchup to begin with, then you're probably going to end up with the SF versus F anyway, right?
That's true.
So it's like...
but it's a classic one, SF against Quap or Quap against Puck.
Yeah, but they're not really that fair, are they?
The matchups are advantageous.
Problem, right?
It's gotta be symmetrical. Perfectly symmetrical combat solves everything.
Trand versus Trand.
It also solved how we managed to get the bracket completed because of that tiebreaker. That meant that Game & Gladiators was able to move to the upper bracket, which means that they will be facing off against G2IG. On this stream, we'll be covering Azure Ray versus Team Falcons. On the Ember stream, you can watch G2IG versus Game & Gladiators. And then once we go to the arena, the MyTech arena, then you'll be able to watch the lower bracket games. The first of which will be Team Secret versus Team Liquid, and then Tundra Esports versus a BetBoom team.
Well played, Neil. You got it right this time.
MyTech arena. I think the only thing I'm a little bit surprised by is seeing Liquid in the lower bracket. That's something that I don't think they've ever exited a group stage over the past year where they start lower.
That's a good question. I don't know if this is the first time, but yeah, it's been pretty rare. They've been getting consistently top 3 in their groups at least. But yeah, this time third isn't enough even, right, to start in the uppers.
Exactly.
So it is a little bit of a different format. You need to be in that top 2 to start uppers. But yeah, they're a team that can bounce back, obviously. I think that matchup is actually going to be really interesting.
Secret Liquid?
The Secret Liquid one. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's like in terms of names, it's a classic, but it's been a while since...
the rosters are quite different.
It's been a while since it felt like Secret would have a chance in that matchup, right? So that's what's interesting to me.
Because we saw that matchup in the Western European DPC many times, and Secret was just kind of clinging to dear life.
This time it's going to be different. Liquid look like a wounded animal now. It's time to pounce.
I hope so. This is the chance for a resurgence, and it also means that at least Mid1 the Malaysian gets to represent on home turf. Afu as well, the coach. So it's encouraging stuff. And not only are these teams playing for the glory of being able to match up at the MyTech Arena, but they're also playing for ESL Pro Tour points. Yes, that's right. We have our leaderboard of, well, the DPC doesn't exist anymore, but we still need to figure out how you get to events. And I suppose at the end of this tour, we're going to have a big event, which is the culmination of the top 8 teams will get directly invited to it. And the other, I believe, 12 teams will have to fight through qualifiers. What you see on the board right now is the current standings of the EPT ESL Pro Tour Season 2 leaderboard, with Spirit topping the charts. Obviously, they won TI, but that doesn't have much bearing. The main thing is that they won Dream League Season 21. So they have 2,400 points. BetBoom, you see an asterisk by their point total because they can no longer gather any more points. Wait, actually, there's a lot of teams that can't get points anymore. No, they can still get points. My bad. It's the other way around.
Yes.
BetBoom can still get points. Gaiman can still get points because they are still currently playing in this tournament. But OG and Entity, Blacklist Rivalry, LGD Gaming not able to participate. And then 9 Pandas at the very end are also another elimination from this group stage.
Yep, there's a good chance that BetBoom could close the gap to Spirit. I mean, obviously they will get some points, right? Depending on...
Yes.
For being top 8, you should be getting points.
Yeah, top 8 will give you 780 points. And even 12th place got some points. So 9 Pandas got 210 points, as did Wawitas Tagazes. And then Blacklist and LGD got 420 points.
So that means that the score we saw on the board was the amount of points that teams had post Dream League. So that means right now...
No, I think it also added whatever they got from the end of this group stage.
Okay, so BetBoom have 780 included in that.
No, I think it'll only add once they have a final placement.
Okay,
so currently they're at 1,600, and at the minimum they'll get at least 780 more on top of that.
Yeah. So that means they're essentially tied for first.
Yeah.
They're like 20 points behind right now. Got it. Okay. Did I do the math right? I did not.
They're at...
They'll be at 1,600 plus 780.
That's 2,380.
Yeah.
And Spirit had 2,400, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
Well
I got it. I got you covered.
I don't know if we've fully determined, I mean, much as how the DPC was very nebulous until like the 3rd major, no one really knew what like the point threshold would be to qualify to TI and stuff like that. But I oftentimes remember that we would go to the 3rd major and be like, oh, you remember that DPC league where if they got 3rd place instead of 2nd place, then they would be able to directly qualify for TI. So every point matters from the very beginning.
Yep, for sure. That game you threw, you know, that particular game, you had a winning position and you decided, nope, let's actually try to play one more game.
Which may be something that Blacklist might look back on because they have been eliminated out of this group stage and they were against Gaiman.
Oh yeah,
where they kind of threw a game.
Yeah, 1 point would have actually guaranteed what tiebreaks for them at least.
I think so. I think they were 1 game short, right?
Yeah, 1 game short.
Yeah, they could have got a tie with BetBoom for 4th in that group.
So we could have seen what Abed against GBK.
Oh, speaking of ties, BetBoom only got ties. I just realized.
Only won ones.
They got 5 draws.
Yeah.
Which was enough to make it through the group stage, but maybe that means that in a BO3 environment, they would have won every single time.
Yeah,
who knows?
or lost every single
time. Meanwhile, though, we are actually going to get a chance to see a team that we have not gotten a chance to watch too much on the mainstream. It's Azure Ray. They got to cover one Azure game earlier today, but then now we're going to see them in a BO3 environment. Which at this point, Sind, now you can tell me the roster.
Yeah, you really threw me under the bus yesterday. I was like, I'm really not surprised these guys are going, oh, well, tell me more.
Then tell me why you weren't surprised. I asked you yesterday at the end of the day, I was just like, are there any results that take you by surprise? You said you're not surprised by Azure, and I was surprised that you're not surprised because this roster seems like it was kind of slapped together at the last minute, and I wouldn't really consider any of these players superstars either.
I mean, I respectfully disagree with that. I think, for me, multiple players on this roster are stars in my eyes. I think, I mean, Jinkyu really made a name for himself, right?
He would be the main one, yes.
I would say XXS has been a Chinese, for me, has been a star staple of the region for years at this point. So, like, those are probably the 2 standouts. You've got, I would say Lu and Tianming have gone up in stock in the last year, probably. And XM is maybe the least, I would say by the Western audience, has the least known player in this team.
He has always been playing on the academy team.
He's like a very high-skilled individual mid player that just hasn't really had that big breakthrough in the same way. I think he had a stint as a stand-in at one point at LGD at some point. I want to say a year or 2 back.
One of the lands.
Yeah, he stood in one time, but Yeah, I mean, I look at the quality of the players is there.
Yeah.
So then it's one of those things, okay, you go in, it's a new season, you mix up 3 players, is it going to stick or is it not? And in a way, it's like, if you're surprised that this team is doing well, why are you not surprised? Falcons is doing well, which is also a total new mix-up,
True.
right? It's like, you just have players, you throw them together, they get time to practice. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but like all the building pieces of each of those individual teams are there. So.
I mean, the benefit is always when you have all new players playing together, there's no baggage, you know, there's a lot, no emotional baggage or past memories, and everybody just gets to play freely. And you often associate that with a honeymoon period, maybe 1 month, 2 months, you know, before the first big challenge comes and the players start to reveal some emotions, and then you have to see if the team is able to deal with it.
Which I suppose for Falcons, the main challenge came yesterday, because day 1 of group stage, they went undefeated. They got a 2-0 against LGD, and they got a 2-0 against Liquid. And then day 2, they split against 9 Pandas, which was a little bit surprising, because 9 Pandas has not been doing great at all. But ATF attributed that to him kind of throwing on Timbersaw, supposedly.
Yep.
And then after that, then they got 2-0'd by G2IG.
Right.
So Falcons had a rough day yesterday, and then today you saw them get a 2-0 against Tundra.
Yeah, I think it was fair to say yesterday that the 2-0 or the 0-2 that they had against G2IG was against
a better team.
A team
maybe?
that potentially is better or is at least looking like a favorite to reach a top 3 placement. So if you disregard that game, they've had more or less, you know, close to a flawless group stage. They would have been able to. I think the game against 9 Pandas was probably more surprising that they lost a single game there than losing 2-0 to IG, for me, that is. But yeah, they're looking hot too. I think this is a series that could absolutely go either way. And I wonder if Falcons' experience playing in their group against G2IG is going to be a help here.
Because
against
they're both
Azure.
Chinese teams?
Yeah, because I think the archetype gameplay that G2IG and Azure have and the way they draft and the way they approach the game is quite similar. So at least you have that experience. And it obviously goes both ways, but I think the style among the European teams is maybe a little bit more different individually from team to team. So perhaps the experience Azure has isn't going to be as relevant going up against Falcons as the other way around.
Yeah, I guess Azure's European opponents were Secret and Gaimin.
Yeah.
Which I would consider to be a different... cut from a different cloth than Falcons.
Gaming, I feel like, has some similarities with Falcon. They like to play the map, you know. They don't really stick S5 too much. They like to, you know, farm everywhere they can. So I think there are some similarities. It's definitely going to help them, you know, being able to play the other European teams.
I still lack some familiarity with Azure, but thankfully we got a chance to speak to Lo a little bit earlier about his expectations for this series.
Thank you, Neil, as I'm here with the carry player for Azure, Lo. First off, how you doing, buddy?
首先 Lo， 你现在感觉怎么样？
挺好的，现在感觉。
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay, so speaking of pretty good, in the game 1 of your series earlier, we saw XM type in all chat, Lo more than Somnus. What was that about?
就是前面你们对战 GG 的那个第一把里面，当时你们的中战 XM 他打了一句就是 Lo 比那个 Somnus 更强，你对这句话有什么看法？
因为在 Summons 直播的时候，我跟他 solo 影魔直接把他单杀了，这句话肯定是没有问题的。
Back when maybe you was streaming, I had a 1v1 Shadow Fiend solo mid against him, and I solo killed him. So there's absolutely no issues with that statement.
So does that mean if your team was in the tiebreaker 1v1 mid, I know Somnus isn't here anymore, but would you be the player playing SF in that 1v1?
因为现在这个比赛当中，如果你在加赛的话，你这个加赛就是1v1中单影魔嘛，就是你们的战队会选你上去打吧？
我应该会让 Time God 上，不然的话我上他不是太尴尬了，让他发挥一下自己的实力。
I'll still let XM God do it because you know if I'm the one going up there, then it would be awkward for him. I'm kind of like it would be like taking his job away. Gotta leave some room for him to shine, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't carry every aspect of the game. So speaking of playing carry, I'm loving that I get to interview a carry player today. Lifestealer. He's absolutely one of my favorite heroes, and I'm seeing you're picking him a lot. What do you think of him so far in the meta?
就是小狗这个英雄也是 BSG 他个人最喜欢的一个英雄之一，然后就想问你，就是作为一个1号位选手，你对小狗现在的看法，在目前这个版本里面是怎么样的一个定位呢？
感觉他的 A 仗比较超模吧，然后就是 B 章以后的战斗力比较强，比较适合我们吧。
I think first of all, I feel that his Aghanim Scepter effect is a little bit overpowered, and just after he gets his armlet, he becomes really strong. So like there's a timing window where he is. There's a timing window really early on where he's strong, and I think that fits our playstyle a lot.
Okay, and so Skeeter also plays a lot of Lifestealer, the carry player you're going to be playing in just a second here. How important is it that both the carry players have like a shared hero pool when it comes to like drafting for you in a series?
就是你们下一场对战的那个 Team Falcons 里面，他们的1号位选手 Skeeter， 他也是很喜欢玩小狗的一个选手。然后就是你对，就是如果你对战的对手，就是如果他的英雄词跟你很接近、很相似的话，你对这种对阵有什么看法呢？
这就比较有意思了呀，看硬实力了呀，看着打。
I think that's where it gets interesting. It depends on how well each player are able to adapt to each other then.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how you guys adapt playing against Team Falcons. I wish you best of luck. And we'll throw it back to the panel.
There is indeed a lot of overlap with Lifestealer specifically. So Lifestealer has only lost one match this entire tournament.
One game, right?
One game this entire tournament. Yeah. And Shiro was the only one to lose with it. Oh. Skitter won with it twice. Low won with it 4 times. And Shiro lost with it. Yeah. And then the only other one was Crystallis, who also won with it. And
so it's 7-1? 8-1?
It's 7-1.
7-1.
Yeah. And between these two players, Skitter and Low, they've played it 6 out of the 8 times it's been picked at this tournament. I did not expect the hero to be this popular.
I mean, it's a hero that's very difficult to kick out, especially when you look at the Falcon games. They like to pick cores that can't be removed from the lane. And I think Lifestealer is amazing at that. You need to bring so many heroes and you need to have the right heroes. If you don't have the right heroes, you just can't kick him out of the lane.
It's also if you think about the meta of what offlane heroes are popular right now, Lifestealer has a good inherent matchup against a lot of them. Like, some of Lifestealer's traditionally bad matchups would be against either certain ranged heroes. Like, Razor is banned a lot, especially against Falcons. It's just banned, right? So then Lifestealer, they don't have to worry about that matchup.
Case in point.
Weaver is usually a bad matchup for Lifestealer. You're playing that or it's banned, so that's also out of the pool. And then maybe some certain ranged carries or perhaps something like Ursa. Ursa's unplayed, so you're not going to face that one. There was a time when Ursa offlane was actually a solution to Lifestealer, not being played either. So this
Monkey King?
It just feels, Monkey King could perhaps be something you could explore, but for the most part, Lifestealer's bad matchups just aren't particularly popular, and his good matchups are. So melee offlaners like Kunkka, for example, are awesome for you to face.
So then why wasn't Lifestealer more popular at TI?
I think cause was stronger.
So then there was CK. Yeah. CK was definitely much stronger.
That was a bad matchup. And essentially what ended up happening, right, was that Lifestealer might have already been good in that patch. It's just there were multiple other heroes that were just too good in the patch, right? So even if the hero technically is good, if you imagine TI but with 10 bans per team, maybe Lifestealer would have been one of the most picked heroes of the tournament, because then all of the ones that he fell right behind would have also been banned out,
like
right?
Bristle and CK.
Yeah. So some of those matchups that were just too tough to deal with.
I want to see like support matchups that are good against Lifestealer, like AA, Trian, all these kind of heroes. It might actually be useful against Lifestealer here.
I agree. I think solving that hero from a support position is really powerful. Classic solution to Lifestealer once upon a time was Shadow Demon, I want to say.
Shadow Demon.
I don't know if that's really that good now, especially if Lifestealer is just starting to pivot to Ags.
He's weaker in the lane also.
Jump in.
Like, you want to pick a hero that can solve him but also be strong in the lane. That's why I suggested the Trian.
Oh, speaking of Shadow Demon, he's actually banned here by Azure.
A lot of the Lifestealer counters, you mentioned the Razor's banned out. Obviously, you're playing against Falcons. Falcons take out the Weaver. And first pick of the Pango from Falcons, and Azure respond with the Primal Beast.
Yeah, so I think for both Azure and G2IG, Primal and Magnus seem to be two of their absolute go-to first phase picks. So this time they're going to get one of them, with Falcons feeling the need to ban out Lone Druid. I think based on some of the drafts that we've seen in this tournament from some of the teams that are at the top echelon right now, having signature bans that need to be targeted toward you seems to be a really big advantage. For G2IG, it's the Meepo that teams are banning against you.
Oh, yeah.
And for Azure, it's the fact that you need to ban Lone Druid as Falcons, because then that suddenly opens up. Just that one extra ban means that you will get your Primal here, right? Because that ban otherwise could have gone on that slot. So,
would you say, like, if you have a player that plays all these niche heroes, then it would be better for it to be on the first pick side? Because normally we hear teams saying that, oh, we rather have the 24th pick on the second pick.
Right. That's an interesting perspective. I don't know, because if your niche pool is big enough, then being second pick, you're also going to get it, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So it depends how much you share with the enemy team. like let's say Azure are really good at Lone Druid, but Falcons aren't, and Lone gets through the pool, you don't really need to worry about whether you're first or second pick. If you don't think they're going to take it from you, you don't need to worry, right?
But don't you get one fewer ban though?
Yeah, again, it's like all the things need to line up. It's getting quite hypothetical now. We're really going down the rabbit hole of how this entire draft would pan out in that case, but...
Yeah, Chen's in the pool. I mean, Chen has been a really, really strong support hero so far in the current pace of game. Very strong in the lane. It's very, very aggressive. You can just twin gate, push down towers, gives your side lane cause a lot of support. I like this hero personally a lot right now.
Chen has not gotten through very often, so he's one of the most contested during this entire tournament. He's gotten through, or he's been picked 8 times, 62% win rate.
Yeah. You're gonna have to draft heroes that can deal with creeps, you know. A lot of the supports right now don't really deal with creeps really well. You have to prioritize having something to defend those tower pushes.
Yeah, you banned Ench yourself, which is what we saw earlier. I think it was G2IG running the Ench into Chen.
Yep.
So you don't have that luxury right now. Classic Chen counters that
Phoenix
used to be a thing where Bounty Hunter, which I feel like doesn't really solve him anymore with the way Chen plays. You used to have heroes that would control his creeps like Crystal Maiden and Witch Doctor. Kind of also don't really do
You like the Clinks yesterday?
Like, honestly, Clinks might be the best like anti-Chen creep pick you have left.
Clinks
now.
Doom Lane. Eat all his creeps. I mean, that could work.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing Clinks. Clinks is actually deceptively good against Pango as well, because during team fights when you use your skeletons and Pango is rolling,
you hit the roll.
The roll is just taking a lot of passive
That's
damage.
true,
So if you do pick a 4 Clinks and you go a slightly minus armor related build, it can actually be annoying for Pango too. I would actually like that hero here. I don't think it's a bad idea.
Do they play?
I don't know if they've played it though, because that seemed a little bit like a Boboka special in the game that we saw it, right?
No, and I think it's only been picked twice this entire tournament.
Well, Boboka and Crit, right?
Yeah.
Crit played it once too.
Yeah. Crit played it once. He played it. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was both Boboka. Boboka played it against Pandas and he played it against Falcons.
And he won both games.
He won both games.
Yeah.
But they do still go for like some sort of hero that can deal with the creeps with a Shaker, you know. The mid Shaker, I assume, would have a very, very good matchup against the Pango in the lane. It's a lane that Shaker is just going to easily win, and you're going to be able to move around the map, defend the towers, and make sure that the Chen doesn't take down any part of the map easily.
Is there any world where you pivot here and get Shaker a bad matchup and play Amar on the Pango? I think he has played it historically. I remember at one point, it was a game or two that I saw him play, or do you think offlane Pango is just not?
I mean, it's not that good, but if you have a reason for it, like if you want to pick a Necroforce or a Queen of Pain to win the lane, then maybe I think it could be an option for you.
It looks so insane to watch Lifestealer in the draft. 8-1.
Yeah.
It's like,
heroes popping off, and we covered why. And
he's against some counters here, you know, in the Primal.
Primal ult pierces Rage now, but you don't really have anybody that kills the Lifestealer during Rage. You have one Enchant Totem Swing.
They're gonna have to show it in the next pick, the 18th.
We're into position 4 probably coming out here.
There's no faces for it. I mean, there's still like Terrorblade. I think Terrorblade matches up well against Lifesteal.
It's also a Lu hero, right? I think he likes Terrorblade.
There's Naga
Siren was exactly that was coming to mind. The Falcons have the Pango, so maybe they feel like they cover that decently well. But they're gonna go for Blank with a 1 and 3 score.
I don't know. 1 and 3 for Blank is not very encouraging.
I kind of like this actually. I feel like they shouldn't reveal. How about this? If they don't reveal the hero, we need to guess what it is based on the rest of the draft and what bans come out now.
What if we had full blind draft?
So I think it might be a Terrorblade.
It could also still be the Naga though.
Yeah.
You know.
Let's wait for the last ban. You know, we might find out.
Well, now you wanna. What are you gonna do with your offlane? Do you like the idea of putting a Pango in ATF's hands, or you want to give it to mid to Malrine to go up against an Earthshaker?
I think the mid matchup against Shaker is a bit tough, but you can Pango can do okay against most heroes.
The thing with this team is like they prioritize the lane matchup a lot. So I think what they would do is they're gonna pick another mid laner and they just move the Pango.
And they will play Pango 3. Yeah. I mean, especially if this last pick from the side of the Dire, or the previous pick rather, was either Terrorblade or Naga. I think Pango offlane actually fares okay in both of those.
Oh, it's a Doom.
There it is. It's Doom.
So
well then, that changes things.
So Shaker's a support.
It's probably Doom 4.
Doom 4?
Doom 4 against Chen.
Oh,
maybe?
he wanted to eat his creeps. Okay, fine.
I guess.
Yeah. It's a Clinks in a way.
Yeah, it's not really as good, I think.
I mean, it's
at
an anti-heal too. Maybe they feel like they need that against the Chen.
Yeah, the anti-heal is also nice against Lifestealer, to be fair.
Yeah, I guess
so.
so.
Dooming Lifestealer feels really good. That hero does not enjoy being doomed, but a little bit concerned for Azure that maybe this is getting a bit too cute. Like, you're playing these triple melee strength, which isn't necessarily a problem, but I don't know if your lane bottom is going to do anything to Lifestealer.
It's like double melee with the Chen support for Lifestealer.
If it's Doom Primal against Lifestealer,
yeah.
you can't do anything in that lane the way I see it.
Full
So then you need to do some like gate play then with Phoenix, but
no, even if the Phoenix,
even then,
even if the Phoenix comes over, how are you gonna?
I still don't know if that's even gonna do enough. So I'm really looking for a gotcha last pick here from Azure.
Probably what the position 4 is going to look to do is maybe try to focus on stacking for the primal. I don't see what he can do in the lane at this point.
Is there a world it's a carry Doom? For Lu?
Yeah.
If it's a carry against Lifestealer, how bad is that then?
Yeah, actually, that might actually be a better idea than a 4 Doom. Because you pick it at 18, right? Normally, when you first pick, your 18 pick is your win condition hero, your crucial core hero, you know.
Right.
So that actually might be the case here.
In which case, you still want a support for Azure? Can you put Primal 4 and get a better lane match against Lifestealer? Perhaps kind of ban out the Viper here. So they are anticipating a mid Pango still.
And Falcons are anticipating it to be a support Doom because they ban out carry Luna, carry Naga.
I think with all the options we've gone through, I kind of like the carry Doom the most.
I like that too. I mean, I would pick a Skyraft because the silence is good against their cores, against the Pango, against the Lifesteal, and then it gives you a gang combination with either the Earthshaker or the Primal Beast.
Could see that.
Oh, okay. Nope.
Okay.
Bloodseeker.
This is a carry that theoretically can do quite well against Lifestealer, especially when you get, I guess, when you get Shard and you get BKB and you can stand your ground and just fight him with...
But don't you feel like the Lifestealer doesn't care about the Rupture? He's just going to stand and fight or infest somebody.
Yeah, I don't think Rupture plays much of a part in that matchup. It's just like which melee carry is left that we feel like can actually just fight Lifestealer one-on-one and just stand there and hit him until he dies. I think Bloodseeker can fit that bill.
I think Rupture's more of Pango's problem now.
Yes,
yeah, I guess
exactly.
so.
I mean, the Pango counter is definitely a part of the pick here, but I don't think if they picked Bloodseeker here because, oh, we just need to solve Pango, I think that is a bit too
Pango
too simple to think of that way.
Pango is not going to be the only problem you're going to have here.
But when I look at Azure's draft, I kind of like it still, right? There's a lot of random AoE damage to give you Thirst, get it up and running. Phoenix does a lot of AoE damage, Primal Beast, Shaker with an Echo or a well-placed Fissure, Scorched Earth, like all of these things. The reason you often see Bloodseeker played with Zeus isn't only because of the Blood Rage synergy, it's because Zeus does a lot of damage, and then you ramp up in the fight. Gonna be a really interesting dynamic, you know? The other team has heals. You have Chen, who might go mech, right? Then you've got mech plus Hand of God to offset the initial damage and not let Bloodseeker get there. You have a durable hero in Dragon Knight as well as Lifestealer that are going to be hard to drop low enough for the Thirst to come in.
I actually feel like it's going to be like hard for the Bloodseeker. I'm not really sure what they see in this Bloodseeker that can allow the whole team to, you know, rally around him and, you know, maybe close out the game.
I'm a stats guy, Neil.
Okay.
Lifestealer's 8-1.
He is.
Bloodseeker's 1-4.
I saw that.
Stats don't lie.
But have they played against each other?
I would be surprised.
Because if they haven't, maybe Bloodseeker is the magical solution that has only been picked in against the wrong heroes, but not against the best carry of the tournament. And this will be the one.
Let's see, Bloodseeker... No, never mind. I don't think Bloodseeker has won any games.
I thought it said 1-4.
Yeah, it did. I'm not sure. Let's just assume that it has won one
Maybe
game.
he won the 1v1 mid.
I missed that one.
I missed that too.
All right. Based off of the, I guess the Bloodseeker pick, because that was, you were looking for a gotcha, and that was not really a gotcha.
I don't know. I find it a bit hard to say right now in this patch how well that's going to work. My biggest question mark for the Bloodseeker is actually the Chen, is how much he's going to ruin the Bloodseeker's performance in this game, because I think the lane is going to be fine.
The lane matchup is also... I don't think he's going to be fine though. He's playing against a DK. I think the DK will be okay in that lane.
I think they both farm.
But DK is going to farm more, I feel.
Perhaps. It's like, the way I see it, Bloodseeker either loses lane by getting overwhelmed, so he can't hit creeps and heal back up, or he just draws, right? Like, I don't think Dragon Knight's the kind of hero that overwhelms you. So I think he'll be able to sustain. They both will.
Yeah,
it's
but
gonna
then
be
the,
kind of like
then
two
the
heroes.
Chen is gonna gate over and kill your tower and kill
Perhaps,
you.
yeah. That's again, it's the Chen, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna unlock this game. I
Well,
think.
thankfully for both these teams, it's a best of 3, so you're allowed to let one game go by because we are getting into bracket play, and we're getting into it with our caster, this MLP and John X Fire.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
My thrift rewarded.
Dire's courier has been killed.
First blood, and you had better get used to it.
Radiant are scanning.
Let you have that. Possess a grave people.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dragon is slain.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Double time. Try again.
Dire are scanning. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
My thrift rewarded.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What need have I for visit? Oh, that's quite nice, actually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Highly unorthodox.
Radiant's
So
bottom tower
much
is under
blood.
attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
What is this?
Worship that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a matter of magnitude.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
My thrift rewarded.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Almighty money.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Handsome rogues.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So, this whole mess is all your fault?
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Almighty money.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Bounty.
Amazing what you found, Bangalore.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A spark of vitality.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under Radiant middle barracks has fallen.
Radiant are scanning.
Invisibility.
Well, initially I was shaping up to call this the shellacking because Azure were cooking, and well, I don't know, like what was the timing that Doom managed to finish Octarine and Midas? It was like
1540, I think.
That's insane.
He was rich.
He was out of control. But then Falcons were able to stem the bleeding, but never really make a full comeback.
Right. I mean, my conclusion on that game is just Jinkyu God.
Yes.
It was an incredible Shaker performance, probably my single best player hero performance of the tournament. I think he did everything right on Shaker this game.
Yeah,
everything from
how
itemization,
can you kill the
positioning.
Chen in the lane? A double melee lane, killing the Chen?
Yep.
That's crazy. That's a Shaker.
So let's try to recap quickly what he did. Okay, so they played Shaker Doom off lane, and they managed to basically draw or win that lane.
Basically,
they won that.
They won that
lane.
I think it's fair to say they won the lane. So they won a Shaker plus melee hero lane. He kills Chen in the lane.
Yep.
He gets Tumblr's Toy, which isn't to his credit. That's RNG.
Masterful play from Jinkyu.
He chose Tumblr's Toy. Good choice. With that, he finds a 4-man Echo bottom and wins them the first huge team fight of the game. He manages to keep farming to get Octarine Refresher, and then in the late game he gets, I think, 3 or 4 3+ hero Echo Slams in the game-deciding fights back-to-back. Just stellar. It was incredibly well played.
Yeah, you have Shaker and Phoenix. I feel like whenever it gets to late game, you're going to be very happy. Like the fact that the opponent, Falcons, they drafted a Chen and Muerta, which is supposed to win both their side lanes, did not actually win both their side lanes.
They won neither, right?
Yeah, we were talking about how the Shaker won his lane for the Doom, but we also have to talk about how the Phoenix and the Bloodseeker won their lane against the Dragon Knight Muerta, which I felt like probably should have favored the Dragon Knight plus the Muerta, but maybe I was wrong because you also felt like the Bloodseeker should be able to farm in this lane.
Yeah, I think it's a lane where if Bloodseeker and Dragon Knight just play 1v1, I think maybe Dragon Knight has a slight edge because he's going to stun Bloodseeker and deny range creeps, right? But in the dynamic, if Bloodseeker gets ahead at all, Dragon Knight poses no threat to you. You have a bit of a base damage advantage. You're just last hitting constantly. And
it's the supports, right? Muerta should out-trade the Phoenix.
Yeah, that's what you would think, right? Yeah. I think there's a lot of finesse to a lane like this where you need to really maximize fire spirits whenever you have them. What we saw was essentially Chenming was bullying out crit at 2 key moments in the laning stage with fire spirits. So they were kind of fighting off on the side, and then Low was just completely destroying ATF on CS. I think at one point ATF had 5 and 2, and Low was 13 and 8.
Yeah.
And when you have that advantage, it really compounds very quickly because then you get experience advantage, you out-level, therefore you have more damage, and you get the first item faster than a Dragon Knight, and then you're just winning it on your own.
He kind of caught up after they got the wave near his tower. Then he hold the wave there, he slowly denied and came back in the lane, but at that point it was already quite late in the laning phase. But I was also wondering if the reason the Bloodseeker won that lane was also because the Doom was winning his lane, because the Lifestealer was always low. So then the Bloodseeker had the buff.
That's
so
true.
maybe that kind of contributed.
That's always a wild card with this hero that I think can't be underestimated. How the laning stages go for Bloodseeker is always dependent on your team's performance around the map. And yeah, maybe, what if the bottom lane went poorly? Would you also have lost top? And at that point, are Falcons actually bringing out a clever draft here where things just failed that aren't supposed to fail, right? To their credit, they made this game way more competitive. I thought they were going to lose this minute 30. I thought it was just going to be flat out over. They were getting run over. The enemy team had an insane late game. You could even argue for just calling GG. It's like, okay, is this salvageable? But they made it look doable for 15 minutes where I just flat out wrote them off. So credit to them for even making this a competitive game with how rough that looked in the mid game.
Yeah, they did a good job like splitting the map, like getting some pick-offs with the Dragon Knight, especially in one fight where they were able to pick off Tianming on the Phoenix and they kind of won that fight.
Yeah.
So I felt like those were the opportunities that they had and they took it, and that gave them a chance to maybe come back in the game, you know. But unfortunately at the end it was just way too hard against the Phoenix Shaker.
And this may be one of the rare times that we actually saw Falcons play Dota past like 40 minutes. Because most of their matches that we've seen have ended like at the 40-minute mark at the latest. This one pushed a little bit further, and it gives confidence moving forward that they do have late-game chops.
Yeah, I think what's maybe worth keeping in mind in that whole context is that a lot of their lineups are tailored to win in that frame.
Exactly.
Right? In that 20 to 30-minute frame. That's why they pick Luna. That's why they pick Chen, Dragon Knight, these heroes. So their ability to go late game is good, but the question is if they should ever, like, if they're going to consistently start meeting opponents that can bring them there, do they need to readjust their drafts to actually match in that phase, right? Because I feel like the writing on the wall in this game, are you really going to win late game with this support duo against Shaker, Phoenix, and then a Doom that gets like 6 slotted? I don't know if it's realistic. It's kind of like you need to outplay your opponent too. You can't it's not a level playing field, so you need to overperform almost to win those games. So I think if they can consistently win games at 30, keep drafting like you're doing, right? But now you're starting to meet the big boys, right? That have this all figured out, and maybe you need to make the adjustments.
I mean, this is when you need the coach to tell you why did you lose this game. Is it because of having the right draft, but we just didn't play the lane well, or we just played our heroes to maybe 80-90%, but it wasn't enough. You know, we couldn't win with the early game heroes, and next game we just have to draft more scaling heroes so that we can play the late game.
I think Aframush may be slightly out of his depth for that one because he wasn't even fully expecting to even be on the comms for these drafts. But it's growing period for Falcons, and it actually gives us the chance to put their players under the microscope because we got our Acer Predator head-to-head looking at the off lanes and what may be one of the roughest ATF scorelines I've ever seen.
1-11.
And this is on a DK also. This is a hero that shouldn't really die that much.
Remember yesterday when he said he was feeding when he was 14-8 on Timber? How about this one? Yeah, tough times. And I don't blame them for being confident in their Dragon Knight. He played it just earlier against Tomato and actually managed to, fully recover a lane with DK against Huskar. I think ATF is very proficient on Dragon Knight, but in this game, it just wasn't really that good of a DK game, which again begs the question, you last picked this hero, right? So was that just a bad read? If you last pick any hero and this is your scoreline, something went wrong. Either it's a bad pick or your player underperformed, but I don't think he played bad.
I think, based off of what you guys have been saying, I think the Chen Lifestealer lane spiraling as bad as it did just had a domino effect on the rest of the game. Because a lot of what you guys were describing in the laning phase was also kind of contingent on maybe Chen gets to go through the Twin Gate.
Yep.
He never got to really leave conveniently.
He fell in the lane. Like something happened in the first 2 waves because when I was watching at 1 minute 30, the DK he was already struggling. So something must have happened in the first couple of waves where it resulted in the Bloodseeker just having a huge lead over the DK, and he just struggled from then on.
And also
maybe it wasn't even the bot lane losing first, maybe it was just
that
like
kind of happened actually, right?
It happened after, you know.
Yeah, but I also like what you were saying that maybe Lifestealer being perpetually low is what made life so easy for Bloodseeker, because we were also a little bit skeptical. It was like, oh, he didn't take any points in Rage.
Yeah.
Why is he taking so many points
and
in
then
Feast?
he died to the Primal Gang because he didn't have Rage.
But maybe he needed that point in Feast because he was constantly low, and he was like, dude, this Bloodseeker is thirsty as hell up here. Can you get your HP back so I don't get rolled in this lane?
But this is where I'm trying to wrap my head around. How are you constantly low against Shaker Doom when you have
melee.
Chen with you, right? That's the thing where I feel like you need to really just watch that lane for 5 minutes to truly understand what happened. Like when you watch a broadcast like this and you're moving around everything, it's like one of those that is like really great to just do a deep dive into, because just from a theoretical standpoint, I don't think the lanes overall should have gone this poorly for them. I would agree with that, but you know, even more credit to Azure Ray for pulling it off, right? It's not. It's easy to criticize. It's hard to do. So impressive stuff.
Impressive stuff out of them, but they have to close out an entire series because, like I said, we're on BO3 territory here in the bracket, which means that we've got a job to do. And I may actually have a job for you as well, because we've got Slacks with some DHL things for you. time for game number 2 of Azure Ray versus Team Falcons, where I can also give you fine people on the main stream a little update. Elsewhere on the Ember stream, G2IG is also facing off against Game & Gladiators for their upper bracket match. And G2IG won with a Meepo. Everyone's been banning Meepo against G2IG because in JT's hands, it's a force to be reckoned with. And Gaiman decided, well, it's in best of 3 territory now. Let's see what they got. And turns out they definitely have a Meepo.
It's okay, it's just one game.
It's just
know?
one game.
You have to try to break your opponent's secret weapon, you know. If you can actually win against the Meepo in the first game,
true.
How are they gonna play the second game, you know? Their morale is gone, you know.
Absolutely.
It's worth it to try it on one game.
They were trying to make sure that it wasn't a case of Shiki TI5 Lesh, where
he knows Lesh, right?
Where every team banned Lesh because Lesh was the hero, and then at some point they let it through, and it's like, wait, this guy actually doesn't play the hero of the tournament.
PPD
I'm not saying
masterminded
Meepo is the hero of the tournament. It's just fun if it's like at some point it's just smoke and mirrors. Like teams are just constantly just copying bans of other teams. And it's because one game in a scrim, these guys were really good with Meepo for some reason. And it's like they don't even plan on running the strat, you know. But it was not. They were not pretending.
Yeah,
they
by the
actually
way,
had it ready.
I would like to bring something up. So in the first game, Falcons, they had Radiant and overall last pick.
Yep.
And Azure had Dire and overall first pick. Wouldn't you say that either you get 24 or you would prefer to be Radiant most of the time? And they were able to get
think
both.
so, yeah. Well, they lost anyway.
Yeah, so it says something, you know. And this game, it's Falcons having first pick and Dire.
So, yeah, I wonder what the pick priority was in the first game. I'd imagine that Falcons chose Radiant because Azure are Radiant this game, right? I don't think Falcons would ever... I think in this tournament, nobody has chosen Dire with pick priority,
I think so,
right?
Yeah.
So that means Falcons... that means that Azure rated first pick higher.
Yep.
In the game 1, which is quite interesting.
I mean, because it might have something to do with you have the 7 ban, and then you move into the overall first pick, which I felt like it was pretty strong on the first pick side. And what I was kind of leaning towards more was to pick a core right after that.
Right.
But if you have a hero inbuy hero that you would like to get right away, like something like a Chen, then maybe that could also work for you.
Oh, it has happened 1% of games. Maybe it was that one. Who knows?
So what is happening, guys? So we are back to the overall first picks.
I was just gonna say, what year is this?
Hero.
What year is this? Chen versus Ench, first 2 picks.
Get me out.
Get you out?
Man.
Why?
I never liked
this. The fun meta, you know, all the creeps coming to your tower goes down in 5 minutes.
No one has ever enjoyed
fun
in the history. In fact, I don't think that there's ever been such a this strategy is annoying patch as whenever IceFrog added Glyph's refresh, because Zoo was just so irritating. I was like, all right, you take a tower, I'm giving the Glyph back, so you cannot go down.
Fine. How about I put it this way? These 2 heroes have very high influence in the laning phase, so it shows that both teams prioritize the laning phase very, very highly.
Okay, fine.
And we were talking about how
all right.
traditionally Chinese teams, they don't really prioritize the lanes as much.
True.
Compared to the Western teams.
That definitely feels like the biggest upgrade in this tournament, and I would also say, no, actually specifically in this tournament compared to what we've seen out of the Chinese teams in the previous year, it does feel like there is some sort of reflection going on about why is our region not able to compete with Western Europe across the last year, right? And then we saw here at TI where we had 2 Chinese teams in the top 4, but what did they lose on? They got absolutely run over by Game & Gladiators in the laning phase. It's like, okay, we really have to dig deeper in this stage of the game and find solutions. And I mean, so far so good, right? Both Azure and G2IG are definitely, I would say, massive upgrades in terms of laning prowess than we've generally seen out of the region, and it's paying off. So
being able to do this against Falcons is very, very impressive, you know. How well they held in the laning phase in the first game.
Falcons are going to ban the Bloodseeker, and that opens up Azure to take the Pangolier this time that they counterpicked with BS last game.
So then the other counter is like, what, Quap? I think Quap is a decent counter to Pango. You beat him in the lane, and then in team fights, you just have to show up, throw your Sonic Wave, and disrupt the role.
Yeah. Is that a Malrine hero, though?
I'm not sure.
It's not an anyone hero. Quap's only been played twice this entire tournament. It was picked on Quinn. Both times, actually.
I mean, it's a Quinn hero, right?
Yeah, he's kind of the only one that plays it. I don't even want to say consistently, because that's not even true, right?
No.
He plays it sometimes.
Wasn't there like this one Dream League that he just kept picking Queen of Pain like in the first phase?
Yes,
I think
was
so.
it 20?
Yeah, it was 20, I think.
I'm thinking mid lane heroes for Falcons that they would traditionally play against Pango. Shaker is one of them. Huskar is obviously also still in the pool if you want to go in that direction. That's a very
Shaker's
bad
a
matchup
nice
for
one,
Pango,
though.
but yeah, Shaker should do fine. I think the last time we saw this matchup played, Shaker wins, but he doesn't like obliterate you to the extent that something like Huskar does. But picking Shaker this way keeps things more open. And of course, worth keeping in mind that they could flex it too. Crit plays a good Shaker, and we just saw in the last game how well it worked for Azure, so maybe you take a page out of their book. Yeah.
But why suddenly Shaker is back? Like
That's
this
a good
hero,
question.
This hero has been ignored for quite some time because of how weak or how little he contributes in the beginning of the game. And in the first game, we saw how Xinkyu, he was able to actually prove that wrong. You know, he was able to do a lot in the lane, secure the Doom, his farm, kill the Chen.
Do you reckon it makes a big difference that you're Shaker against Ench instead of Chen? I feel like that matchup should be a lot harder if you play support Shaker, right? So Falcons are actually going to go for Skywrath.
All right, it's a very interesting hero.
Double-edged sword against Ench. You're one of the heroes that can really kill her fast during a stun, but in the laning stage, this is not a particularly good matchup for Skywrath generally, because you have nothing against creeps.
0 armor. GG.
Yeah.
But I would say that when you pick this hero, it does open your offlane hero pool a lot, because when your position 4 is a hero that does a huge amount of burst damage, and he's decent in the lane, I would say, with the slow, so it might be picked because of Amar's hero, I feel.
Do you think there is a hero in Dota that can win this lane against either Clock or Ench Luna? Like, what 3 would you pick? If you could pick any hero you wanted with Skywrath, and your only objective is to win this lane, what's the best hero? Because I can't, nothing comes to mind for me right now where I'm like, oh, I'm just going to
Dawnbreaker.
Dawn Sky against Luna Clock or Luna Ench, is that winnable? Or rather, is it
at least it
favored?
gives you a chance though, I feel, because Dawn gives you that burst that Skywrath needs to kill heroes.
Right.
I feel like whenever... Centaur's fine too, but...
yeah, maybe Centaur could be a thing.
It might be better.
It's a bit dangerous again. It's just a lot of these offlane... I guess what I'm trying to get at is a lot of these offlane burst heroes that like playing with Skywrath don't like Ench. So
nobody likes Ench.
You have the luxury as Azure of, if you identify that is going to be a problem, you can really you can commit the Ench to being the safe lane support instead of the Clock. And right now, you obviously have the option of playing Clock Luna. It's not a bad lane, but if Falcons really want to focus on that lane, you could pick an offlaner that can float with Clock, right? It already in the last game worked quite well for them to have Shaker Doom, so there's no saying you can't run like Clock plus.
I mean, if I'm
whatever,
AR right now, I'll definitely prioritize shutting Amar down. I feel like I'm not going to give that guy like a free start, you know. If I have a strong support, then I get a choice between choosing to protect my offlaner or safe laner. I'll want to protect my carry against Amar.
Right.
It's not really an Amar hero, but maybe if you just want to bypass the lane, you could give him Axe.
Axe, I guess. Axe with Skywrath.
Yeah, it's a classic combination, but I don't think X's matchups are that good in this game. I don't think X is that good against Pango or Clock. The Luna can be decent with the right timing. Have we even seen X this tournament? I don't really think he's getting much love, so...
So far, there has been no
Axe. They're banning Centaur and Dragon Knight, right? Standard setup stuns for the Skywrath, so they are thinking in that vein.
Sand King. How about Sand King?
That is an Amar hero. That's actually true.
And I think it could deal with Clockwork quite well.
That's...
I've got a couple of Sand Kings in my games. Felt like the hero had some potential.
Yeah, he's not good against Ench though, but then again, what is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you think of what Spectre needs. Spectre needs an offlaner that can set up kills and defend towers. That's Sand King, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I don't really, I'm not mad at the idea, but I don't think it's going to shut down the Luna then. Like, Sand King doesn't win lanes.
Yeah,
so
that's his problem forever.
He can win against very specific melee carries, but against Luna Ench, there's just absolutely no way he wins that lane.
I feel like nothing wins that lane, except for maybe trying to draw like a Centaur, you know? Or if there's no Centaur, like I said, like the next one is like Dawn already. You have to try to kill, you need to try to kill them instead of trying to play the lane for CS. If you try to play the lane for CS with a Sky, I think the lane is just going to go really bad for you.
Is there a world where you go super aggressive with a Timber without reactive armor, and then you play Timber Sky with like 2-2-0 build on Timber, you just run them down? Because Ench has low health pool and so does Luna, you could just obliterate them. Is that possible?
You have to destroy the lane so hard to make it possible.
Yeah. I'm kind of, you know...
But
I'm thinking
good.
Amar. I'm thinking, what is Amar thinking, you know?
Yeah.
If that's...
Yeah, but it's definitely a good way of playing this lane. Like, even though I'm not sure whether the Timber will work, but I feel like the mindset should always be on trying to kill the Luna and actually instead of trying to trade farm.
Azure also need to think of their offlaner, the Pool God. Pretty small. Falcons banned out Viper and Brewmaster. And need to protect their Spectre.
Yeah. You know, they could just go back for the Doom, I guess. You Doom and you eat the Enchantress creep.
Oh yeah, I'm actually surprised Doom slipped through all the way.
But Doom is like a bit expensive on the budget, you know, and you have a Spectre. And Doom doesn't have like a short cooldown to play around with, you know.
Well, there's two ways of thinking about Spectre. We've seen teams, I want to say just a month ago, were picking Night Stalker into Spectre because it was like, hell yeah, free lane. Night Stalker is not good in lane, but Spectre is weak too.
Yeah.
So you can pull that off. With that mindset, Doom is kind of great, right? Because this is a lane where Doom will get farm. So definitely shouldn't be any concern whether he will be able to get his, but then it's also a matter of, okay, what's the bigger objective? Is it getting XXS farmed, or is it shutting down Skitter in this game? And honestly, I don't know what's more important. If I'm
draft, if I'm looking at this, I want the draft to be able to protect the Luna if I'm AR. So something like a Tide comes to mind. Like Tide against Spec, against the Chain Creeps is great. And in team fights, you have a Ravage to protect the Luna. Gush is also nice for your Pango and your Luna.
You know, for first picking a Chen, I'm a little bit underwhelmed with the level of push Falcons have. They don't really take structures very well.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the idea for them
you
in
pick
running
Chen
it
with
as much.
Spectre, so what do you expect, you know?
Yeah,
Spectre's not going to allow you to do that.
There you go. Nice call. All right. XXS on Tide. Probably XXS, I'm assuming.
Yeah, and it's also going to give them a pipe carrier, you know, pipe carrier against Skyrath, Radiance potentially on the Spectre, Shaker, Conquer.
So do you think the reason that they didn't run the Doom here is that they were concerned that their team fight was going to be too weak?
Yeah, the Doom. If you have Doom and Luna, I feel like the cores don't really interact very well with each other. But when you have a Tide and Luna, it's very similar with Tide. TA gives you everything. Tide Luna also kind of gives you everything. And Tide really likes to have a core that wants to stay behind and dish out all the damage. Doom doesn't like that. Doom likes to hide and wait for something to happen and then jump out.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I guess enough jump is going to be coming out of the Clockwork and the Pango. The
Yep.
offlaner doesn't need to triple down on it.
You don't want to have too many heroes that have the same job in the game.
Yeah. Okay.
You're sold.
I'm sold. I'd like to purchase your game number 2, and my merchants for it are going to be John X Fire and NLP Dota.
Now your fish food.
30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Summon! Where are you watching? That's how it's done.
Denied.
Come now.
First blood for Salamene and for the Dark Moon.
It's better this way.
I troll your guts with my blade.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Not this time.
No, it's just unfair.
Jackpot.
The devil to pay.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Shaker first.
Players here.
Come get hero.
Hardly a challenge.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That, my friends, is why metal will never die.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Taste. I sleep with the fishes.
Come on, Smoke.
Bounty.
Dire's middle tower is
Come
under
kiss
attack.
the good dude, I young.
Ye of little faith.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. under attack.
Do it with flair.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rock it on.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Take that.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's courier has been killed. Attached into the Radiant. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh dear.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
My thrift rewarded.
Carry me off. You're dead.
Step lively now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wait up.
Nothing next to us. I need.
possibility.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Come on, sprites!
Dire are scanning.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Radiant are scanning.
my thrift rewarded.
Jackpot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Where are you going?
Boom! There it goes.
Bounty!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
My sprites are with us. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Straight to the bottom with you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Interesting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And it's off.
Much appreciated, Mike and John. Falcons managed to bring things back and push to a 3-game series, which is probably going to be the theme because we're also looking on the secondary stream. G2IG and Gaming Gladiators are currently facing off, and it looks like they're going to go to 3 games as well because I guess both teams are finding answers to Game 1 issues. I guess for Falcons, Game 1's issue was we got mowed down in lanes. And this time they kind of fixed that.
Yeah, on top of that, I think they did a better job having solving some scaling problems as well. And we were talking about, okay, well, this is a team that's been winning games around 20, 30 minutes. If Azure are good at dealing with that, should we maybe slow things down a little bit? And this time they choose to grab a Spectre, which kind of fit both bills because they were using it as an early mid-game ganking tool, but then also had that fallback plan to be able to scale later on into the game, right?
Which ended up not being necessary,
yeah,
but just
it's
in
still,
case.
it's like, it still kind of shows the mentality of that kind of pick in this situation, I would say. Yeah, Azure tried some other stuff this game. Was this their first Clockwork of the tournament, I'd say?
This would be their first Clockwork of the tournament, yes.
I mean, all these pickoffs are kind of, I felt like, enabled by AR. I think that the way they were playing the game, after the laning phase was fine, but they were not really playing around the right heroes. I think after the Tide killed the top tower, he had a Meteor phase boot build and then he went mid. They were like not grouping around the Tide to take the mid tower, and it took the Tide very, very long time to take the mid tower. And when that was happening, the supports were getting picked off. I think it was the Eng that got killed twice by the Spectre, and that kind of gave Spectre a lot of like gold and XP. Like whenever you're playing against this kind of like Spectre lineup, the reason why you want to have like a Tide in the game is so you can group around him and prevent the Spectre from getting all these solitary pickoffs. And after the mid tower, I also didn't really like the itemization of the Tide. He went Meteor phase boots into Dagger. I think he should have just prioritized getting the pipe. They needed to just get pipe so they huddle up together and make sure that the spec stops getting any pickoffs, and also the supports, they went Vessel on the Enchantress and they went Aghanims on the clock, which I felt like they didn't really understand what they needed to do in the game to win. They needed to make sure that in the team fights they don't die, so that their items has to be helping them to keep themselves alive, like getting like a Dragonlance Hurricane Pike on the Enchantress, so you have the 4-staff built in, or maybe on the clock where you could build a Glimmer because you're playing against Skyrath, or you could also build a 4-staff. As long as you don't die in the team fights and you have the pipe on you, you're going to do damage as the Enchantress. And that was what did not happen in the game.
It was a very quiet game for Q.
Yeah. Especially after Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Game 1 he was popping off, which you can't play that well every game. But I think this might have been his individually weakest performance in the tournament. Obviously, one thing is looking at the KDA, but like Winter pointed out, maybe also slipped up a little bit around the map and gave a couple of freebies away here or there that were a bit uncharacteristic.
I mean, it's not exactly like one person's fault here. It's like the whole team has to understand what they needed to do. It was also like the Pango, he wasn't really playing around the Tide. Whenever you have this Tide against Spectre lane, a Spectre matchup in particular, you have to be very, very aware that you have to be around the Tide. And I felt like the Pango was also kind of greedy in some instance when the Tide was already ready to fight and ready to take towers. He was just like shuffling waves and just not really playing around the Tide.
Something else I want to mention as well is I think it's very refreshing to see how many heroes ATF is playing for Falcons. I think they're really his hero pool in this tournament. I don't know how many heroes he's played, but we're almost reaching a point where this whole meme of ATF only plays 4 heroes.
5.
He's playing a lot of different heroes because his heroes are getting banned, and
this
he just keeps adding
hero
heroes.
now.
So Kunkka was pulled out in this game. He played a great Brewmaster yesterday.
Yep.
It feels like, you know, this is where you want to be with this guy on your team. You're getting respect bans on non-meta heroes because it's him.
Yep.
And then on top of it, he can also run some of the meta stuff. I think he played good Kunkka this game.
Centaur.
He has played Centaur as well. I think that one was a loss, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the Blade Mail Centaur.
He won 1 and he lost to the
he's
other.
also won 1.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, he's definitely deviating, and I think credit where it's due, right? As much as people like to meme on it, you know. Usually there's a bit of truth to the memes, but I think people should keep an eye out for how much ATF is diversifying in his picks.
And if we're shining lights on Falcons players, I'd also like to shout out to Malrine, because he is playing with TI winners and major winners, and I don't think there've been a single game where I've been like, oh yeah, he's clearly just like out of his depth right now. He is slotted in flawlessly with players who are far more experienced with him, and he himself does not have that much experience. He's relatively new to the scene. He's 19. Although I believe technically he wanted his handle to be pronounced Malrone because the 1 is 1. So it's Mal.
I think I've asked him about it, and he was like, "What are you talking about?" So I don't know what to believe. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine.
I think I played a game with him, and I was like calling him Malrun. He's like, "What are you saying?" I was like, "Okay." And then I said, "Tsunami told me." He's like, "What are you talking about,
throw me
dude?"
on it. But regardless,
I genuinely don't know.
He has been I'm at no point being like, yeah, I can tell that he's the newcomer to the team. He's perfect in there.
For sure. It's reminding me a little bit of, I guess, a little similar to Laurel in Spirit, where it was like, these are world-class players that have already done it, and you're the new guy, so eyes are on you. Can you perform to the level of Toronto, Tokyo?
But Laurel's first...
He had a little bit of a build-up phase.
Yes, he did.
It's kind of like Melorina has skipped a little bit of the growing pains to an extent.
But wouldn't you say whenever you have a new player slotting into the team, it's easier if you're mid player, so your side lanes, they're already very, very... they have very, very good teamwork amongst themselves, so then you're just slotting in.
Usually, though, then that mid player has a lot of volatility built in, where like the side lanes are very stable, so that the mid lane can either have really high highs or really low lows, and it's okay because the side lanes are always consistent.
But wouldn't you say that comparing to slotting in a new position 5, so your carry needs to figure out how to play with that position 5?
Right, it's a solo lane.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But
it will be a lot harder then. Yeah.
Agreed. Whatever the case, though, whatever Amar saw in him in the creep wave days has remained consistent, and if they are able to close out this series, well, then that means that they're top 3 already for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
So this series counts quite a bit, and we are going to close out this series after a quick break, and we will return with game number 3 of Team Falcons taking on Azure after the break.
I'm not a king, I'm the king. But just wait a minute, I got one last ticket. Do you wanna come with me? I gotta say I'm on the business. Say I wanna just believe it. I said I wanna take you out there. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. No, I'm not a king, I'm the king.
Time to close out this series and close out the day. Game number 3 of Azure Ray versus Team Falcons will be beginning soon. And how exciting it is. It's very weird that we're about to crown a top 3 finalist. But that's the stakes right now.
China's back? Question mark.
If G2 and Azure both win, that would be wild. I would never have imagined that that would be the state of affairs after TI ended.
Yeah, we would have a guaranteed Chinese finalist team at that point, right? So,
and when's the last time that happened?
Feels like it's been a while. It's easy to have selection bias, but I feel like in the last year, it's been pretty few instances.
The last 2 years. I don't think China's been because, well, this year was all just Liquid and Gaimin as finalists.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
And then last year, Arlington, Spirit LGD.
Yeah.
Yeah, LGD made some, or one. Maybe I'm just coping. I don't know. Well,
Don't
surely
Don't
with
worry.
2 teams in the top 6,
Yeah, let's not
one of them.
count our chickens before they hatch here.
One of them will get there. All right, this time around, switch up. Weaver makes it through for Azure. And like Winter talked about, Azure had been prioritizing, at least we assume, first pick. This game they will be getting first pick and Dire, just like they were in the first game. And they're going to use this first pick to grab themselves the Weaver away from Falcons. So what do they think is the solution is the question. Because they're running this themselves all the time. As their overall first pick.
This is one of Crit's most played heroes
I mean,
this event.
is there actually a solution? I mean, it's a flex pick. Do you actually just want to pick a hero that counters the Kunkka?
There you go.
Okay, Kunkka is good against Core Weaver because of X Mark. You can always catch him.
It's also good against support Weaver, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's pretty good.
It's good on both. And usually when you're playing against Kunkka, you don't really want to be like the Core Weaver. Like there are 2 heroes I would say where when you're playing Core Weaver, you don't want to face a Kunkka and you don't want to face Faceless Void.
Yeah, those are definitely 2 of the absolute worst. And for Falcons, this is proving to be a flex. Because we know Amar can play it.
Yep.
This is a hero Malrine plays very well.
Yep.
And I don't know if this is something we're going to see in this tournament, but I have a little bit of a hunch that 4 Kunkka is playable now, again.
4 Kunkka?
Wait, what do you mean again? When was the first time?
It's I'm old, okay?
10 years ago.
I remember good old Lanham position 4 Kunkka back in the
Buying
days.
Armlet, right?
Yeah, I think he even bought Armlet face boots. It's been a long time.
I've never heard of this.
But it wasn't a viable thing to do at one point. And I think 4 Kunkka is playable if the conditions are right. If you have a good ranged position 3 or even a melee.
You're definitely
in the right
coping
situation.
right now.
Maybe it's coping. I would just personally love to see it at least once. I don't think this is something Falcons are going to put on Crit. This is not what I would expect them to do, but I'm just saying there is a possibility maybe at some point in this tournament we could see it. I would love to.
Crit is not going to be the first person disagreeing to that. I mean, Amar is going to be saying, "Are you going to ruin my lane position for Kunkka?" Are you sure?
It's actually, I will say it's better in lane than you expect, but it's still not great. So again, it's a bit of a handicap in a way that the payoff, if you can get away with it, is massive though, because this hero can do so much from a supporting position with very few items. Even just getting a shard as a 4 Kunkka at minute 15 is massive. Your teamfight impact is incredible, you have an insane catch, but it's a matter of how much does it cost in the lane. That's essentially what it boils down to.
Yeah, I mean, playing support heroes right now just comes down to which hero has the better shot, right? when you're looking at the supports, Phoenix has a really, really good shot, probably one of the best. Then you look at the AA shot, or you look at Treant Protector with the shot, then there's the Grimstroke shot, you know.
Oh yeah? How about the Skywrath shard, Winter?
Okay, you got me. That is probably the most useless one.
It's gotta be.
Here comes Ench again. There's no Chen this time around though, so it's not 1-for-1 trade-off. It is literally just going to be Falcons running it into where I feel like Azure, the games that I've seen, they've either had Chen, Ench, or Phoenix in most positions here. So what's left? Shaker, I guess, is still there for them if they want to run that back for Xingqiu.
Apparently they used Rubik a fair amount. Well, actually just 2 times.
Feels like a counter pick though, right?
That's true.
There's no reason to pick Rubik here. You don't.
Weaver? Probably only against Weaver.
Maybe against Weaver, maybe they were against Shaker or something like this. But I would definitely not recommend picking Rubik here for Azure. I don't think there's any upsides. The lane matchup against Ench is bad. You don't steal anything good.
I mean, in terms of generic ones, Pugna, we haven't seen today too much.
Tusk?
Okay. Interesting. So we might see like a Tusk and Weaver support duo, or Weaver could still be a core.
Weaver can definitely be carry low, plays a...
Weaver and Tusk, I guess. That's the lane.
Weaver Tusk lane is pretty strong.
The crazy lane.
Yeah.
I prefer Weaver and Treant Protector.
Mm-hmm.
I think Treant Protector gives you what you don't have as Weaver. Because if you look at Weaver's itemization, you don't really build regen items. So Treant Protector, Treant Protector gives you the heal and the armor. Tusk is more of like you want to just run over your lane and keep killing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also a really good save against the X Mark.
Yeah, do you think the specific reason they picked Tusk here, considering this isn't something Azure run very much, that is the reason, is a combo break?
Yeah, more or less, I feel.
It just doesn't stereotypically match what we've mainly been seeing from them.
It's a laning thing, you know. I think, like we mentioned about how all these Chinese teams have been putting a lot more priority in the lane. This Tusk and Weaver is telling me that they just want to be able to snowball from the lane, literally, and try to get Weaver off to a good start, even though core Weaver doesn't really like playing against Kunkka, but you have to just get an early BKB to deal with that and try to make use of your early game advantage from the Tusk.
I guess it's also flex fully still. Weaver could be 4 and Tusk 5. I think Weaver Brewmaster is a pretty good lane.
But I still do feel like when you pick the Tusk like this, it just suggests that the Weaver, at least to me, you know, it really suggests that the Weaver is going to be with the Tusk. But like you said, you know,
it makes it a very viable strategy, which makes it more difficult for Falcons to find the right
oh
picks.
My God, I don't want to play Weaver carry now. Damn it.
Weaver is not carried. I just refuse to believe they're going to do that. 2 of the hardest counter picks in the entire game to the hero are now in the enemy team. Don't put it on position 1. Don't give it that much priority.
So play some what? Wraith King? Tank the Chronosphere? I guess.
Well, I'm trying to think of what carries are generally good against Void. If you wanted to do it, we talked about the carry Doom being an option for this team. This could be a game you could do it, or put, but maybe Doom
Phantom Assassin
Doom and Brew
Assassin
is probably a bit too out there.
I think PA and TA could be good.
Hoodwink
could be good choices, but Hoodwink is also a support that's very, very strong in the lane. They're both very good laners. Hoodwink plus Enchantress. So both teams are really putting a lot of priority onto the lanes itself.
I feel like I just need to look at the hero list. There is a pick here, and it's definitely not putting Weaver carry.
That can deal with Faceless Void carry?
Wraith King.
It's also, you want to find a hero here that can match up into Void, but can also handle a Kunkka plus Hoodwink lane.
Yeah.
This is a good solution. I like this.
Lone Druid plus tag team.
I think this might potentially be the best possible hero they could have got. Because now you have a carry that is extremely tankable during Chrono, as long as you get True Form off. You just need to activate it. The cast will finish if you get Chronoed mid-animation. You are an absolute lane bully against a Kunkka Hoodwink lane. Hoodwink does not deal particularly well with the bear. And you enable this, which I'm assuming will be a position 5 Tusk, to have a very strong impact in the lane with tag team. So I just think this was a great pick.
And the strategy with the whole lineup, you're going to have a Solar Crest on one of your supports with the Lone Druid, and you have the Brewmaster to play around the bear. So you're going to be very, very strong together. And if you look at Falcons, if you're trying to just play around the Chrono and try to kill people, it's definitely not going to be easy. And if you use your Chrono and you don't win a significant team fight, guess what? The Lone Druid is just going to kill all your towers in the game.
Yeah.
This is very, very dangerous. You know, I feel like Falcons are gonna need to find a solution that can wave clear or something, delay the game, so that whenever your Chrono is down, you're gonna have to try to rely on that and make sure you delay until the Chrono is up again. Whereas for AR, they're gonna play a very, very fast tempo game right now.
Is XM is an Invoker player, right?
Alacrity bear.
Alacrity is insane this game. It's good on the bear, and it's good on it's good on the melee brew split. To take towers. I think the control will be really nice here too, setting up
if you do that, I will put my Kunkka mid. So I'll get a free lane. I'll win that lane, so.
But then I'm putting my Lone Druid mid.
Okay.
And my Invoker
and then what, your Invoker safe lane? Sure, bro.
The layers.
Hey, we've seen Huskar safe lane today.
That's true.
Invoker is, okay, Invoker
did
safe lane is even worse.
Sorry, did it win? Did the Huskar safe lane win?
It got solo killed twice by Dragon Knight, but we don't talk about that. That doesn't happen.
Minor details. Can Falcons run Invoker?
Dazzle. This is a nice hero.
Yeah, the reason I was thinking about Invoker is first of all the alacrity, but also the tempo that you're presenting when you're running Lone Druid Brewmaster is extremely mid-game heavy. So I just wanted a mid hero that offers that and matches that pace.
But it's greedy. Invoker is greedy. Dazzle is not. Dazzle goes with the team you heal.
Invoker doesn't have to be greedy. We've seen games where teams play it very aggressively.
But I feel like
I think Dazzle is amazing
the
for the same
just
reason.
Ties the whole lineup with the Weaver minus really armor, the tag team, and everything, and he gives you another save against the Chrono. Yeah. So now who are you going to Chrono? You're going to have the Chrono, the Tusk, the Dazzle mainly, and maybe the Weaver at some point is going to get an Aghanim's, then there's going to be another problem against the Chrono. They're going to have to find like heroes that can kill without the Chrono. You know, they need more damage right now.
And they also need a mid hero that doesn't lose the lane to Dazzle, which is still a concern, because that means a lot of the melee heroes that Malrina's been playing are out of the picture. Yep. They all lose.
Should they just pick an off laner? Oh
And
no, you
who do
can't put you can't put Konka to
Konka can't
against
win this
Dazzle.
lane
Yeah.
either, so it's actually a bit of a...
Oh, okay, that's a good pick. Okay, that is a good pick. If ever I see a good sniper pick, this is it. Sniper beats Lone Druid, he can do well against Dazzle in the lane. His only concern is the Snowball and the Brewmaster closing the gap against him.
Are you concerned about speed here? That the Falcons lineup playing Sniper
Slow?
plus Void against a lineup that can literally
Yes.
push every tower
But
minute 15 is...
you know what? You have Enchantress and Hoodwing, which are great for you to win the lane, so you can delay the game.
I think if Falcons win the lanes, they're going to win this game. I'm pretty confident in that. But if it's like even or if they fall behind, this has the potential to be a stomp by the Azure lineup. So as usual, there's a lot riding on the lanes, but this seems like an extreme case of it, where the game can get very one-sided very quickly.
Yeah, and for AR, I feel like they just need to make sure they survive the lane, and once they get their levels and their items, their Solar Crest, they grow up together, they have minus armor with the Weaver, the tag team, Solar Crest. Lone Druid is gonna absolutely kill everything.
All that minus armor with Dazzle Axe
and Dazzle
is nasty. So gotta be on the lookout if you're Falcons to not slip up and keep it together. If they do get to later in the game, I feel like this is a game where Void Sniper just flat out win.
Yeah.
Like if it goes late enough.
Yeah,
so
agree.
It's funny how this series started out, right? It's like, oh, this is the team that wins
Falcons
their games in
was
30
supposed
minutes.
to be mid-game.
Falcons are gearing up for late game.
Faceless Void Sniper on Falcons.
Yep.
It's a change of pace, and let's see if they are able to, I guess, delay the pace, because they're hoping that this game goes late. Let's see if our casters are inclined to agree. It's John Expire and MLP Dodo.
First blood! The end is set in motion.
Are you okay?
30 seconds to battle.
Naked.
Quick draw.
Come on, sprites!
Denied.
season.
Nature attend us. Hilarious.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Got it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There you go.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Catch you later, Dingleberry.
Dire are scanning.
All wrapped up with a takeaway. Hold on. I just need you to know. You suck.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Excommunicated.
Gotcha.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You did your best.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
You okay? Don't kiss the good dude, young.
Why am I smiling? This is what trigger happy looks like. Quick draw.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Got it. Away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Oh, ha ha!
keeping it loose.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See what hit them.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
The sprites are with us.
Our fates were woven from the first.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Damn down. This is what trigger happy looks like.
Got it.
Radiant are scanning. is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yes, X marks the spot. Concentrate. Go away!
Got it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Radiant are scanning.
Gotcha.
You!
Dum-dum.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Descendants are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Betty gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink, mit den Brüdern und wir chillen, heute Abend ohne Sinn, sie will, dass ich sing, doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink, ich brauch nur die Klick, und sie weiß, dass es stimmt,
die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer, die Musik laut, die Augen schwer, ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr, der Wagen rollt über den Teer, und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt, ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff, wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft, 8 und 8, ist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
She be in the right place, always at the right time. Looking like a dream worth chasing. No place, hit me in the nighttime. Trying to come through and I say, okay, okay, okay. What else I'ma say? Suck a for a pretty face. Okay, okay.
You can buy the next one.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's get started.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That was a failed
I'm back. What did I
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Got it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Tally ho!
Lock the spot.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Clincher.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Gotcha.
Got it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Illusion.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are falling.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's structures are falling. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen onto the radiant. Radiant's middle barracks is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's middle tower is falling. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Now have victories.
Regeneration.
under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Oh, I beg to differ. Is the game not called Defense of the Ancients? And was the Ancient not defended there at the end?
Well, they tried.
They tried.
The bear was too strong.
Bears were too strong. Earth Panda, Spirit Bear, and ultimately Azure as a unit claim a victory and thus move forward into a top 3 finish at the minimum at this tournament, where they'll actually face off against Game and Gladiators, because Game and Gladiators ended up getting their win against G2IG.
Yep. In pretty convincing fashion too. Obviously this was happening on another stream, but Game and Gladiators kind of just crushed them twice in a row with Alchemist, so you guys can look forward to watching that later in the tournament.
They solved the Meeple.
They beat Meeple one of the games. They lost to it first, and then they ran it back and beat them. So yeah, in this game, it's been a while, right? Because we had that long pause because of the item issues or whatnot. So, but just trying to recap what the pivotal moment of this game was for me. The game is pretty even, and then Azure hit this item timing where they get Radiance on the Bear, and they get Radiance and they get Ags on Dazzle, and then there's a fight at the Roche Pit, and the entry into that fight is super awkward for the side of Falcons because they're really reliant on hitting a good chrono to open up the fight for their heroes, unless Xmark can set something easy up for them to combo off. But the way Azure attacked that Roche pit, they came in from really good angles and kind of like pincert them with the Lone Druid Bear that you can't deal with.
Yep.
And Skitter ended up throwing out an awful chrono out of desperation in the end after Sniper had already died.
Yeah,
right?
It wasn't just him. The
Sniper was front-lining almost.
Yeah, he got jumped first. That's why they couldn't take the
formation was
fight.
just wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just mainly the Sniper dying. After that, like you mentioned, Skitter chrono, I think the Lone Druid and the Bear or something.
And his own inch, I think. But
yeah, and he couldn't kill anyone at that.
It was anyone who wasn't Dazzle, and if you don't catch Dazzle, then you're not winning the fight.
Yeah.
And if your sniper's not alive, then you don't even have enough damage to put into the chrono.
That felt like the biggest problem was with the way the fight started. They go in from the right and they open on the Sniper, and there's no way of placing a chrono to protect him there. It's just Malreen's out of position and can't really reposition and reset the fight. So, like, Skitter, it's one of those damn it if you do, damn it if you don't. Like, if you chrono there, it's probably going to be a bad one. And if you don't chrono, your Sniper dies. Yeah. So, ultimately, he ends up throwing one out after Sniper's dead, and then they don't have the damage. So, it's just a really unfortunate set of circumstances with Falcons there. I actually thought they were doing a really good job at keeping the game in the state that they did until that point. But then, what we were talking about with Azure really started, it really started kicking into gear. These heroes, 20 to 30 minutes in, they start building a big advantage. And ultimately, the game got quite long. This is around the time that we would have probably picked Falcons to win, but in reality, the last 5 minutes, Azure were up by a ton, and they had taken barracks and everything. So really, this game was mostly decided 35 to 40.
Yeah, I mean, late game Dazzle, I feel like
especially
right now, nobody is gonna beat a late game Dazzle with so many items. Like, this hero is just too annoying to deal with. Like, if you talk about positioning, how can you actually catch him when he can just keep refreshing his dagger? You can't even catch him. You don't see him. Like, even if you see him, sometimes you can't really kill him. And the Void had too many heroes. Like, you have to deal with the save from the Tusk, you have to deal with the Dazzle, and the heroes that he's trying to clone are all very, very tanky heroes.
Did you notice the damage stat for this game?
It was 65k more on Falcons, who lost the game.
Yeah. 100,000 damage by Azure, 165,000 damage by Falcons, and they were just losing. Because Dazzle was out healing a lot of the damage, and just by nature of the lineups, and I mean, also a lot of the damage is going on a Lone Druid, who's like a super tank hero, and his Bear, etc. So, like, it's an interesting stat to look at because it really goes to show how much more they needed to output to beat that timing of the Azure lineup here, that even doing, like, what's that, 35-40% more damage than the enemy team wasn't enough to cut it. So really needed some clean execution there. Not quite.
Not quite, but Azure takes the victory, and we actually have an opportunity to speak to one of the winners of Azure, because Brian is standing by with XXS.
Thank you, Neil. As what a way to secure top 3 epic series, back and forth, final game 3. But there were 3 games to the series, and they were all good. How are you guys feeling after that win?
就是首先恭喜你们已经进入了这个胜者组的决赛，已经算是打入了前3了。但是刚才那把也是打得非常艰难吧，也是就是拉满了。然后就想问你现在的感受是什么样的？
就感觉很激动吧。然后就是我们打到最后，我们正面已经不好打了，然后我们就说盾要刷了，我们去做一些逼迫他们回高地的行为。然后在他们用过 TP 以后，然后我就刷新嘛，我们就去拆了3路，然后感觉大家的决策做得很好吧，所以我们能赢。
It was I feel really excited right now because it was a really close series. Honestly, for the last game, at that point when we won, we couldn't actually take a fight, full frontal fight anymore. What we tried to do was we knew that a Roche was gonna spawn. We were trying to force them to TP back to base, but they actually didn't come back. At least not all of them did. So I just used my refresher orb, and then we just mega creep them. And I think that we won off the back of just better decision making in the late game.
Yeah, there were a lot of intense moments during that game, and it's one of those games that you're probably emotionally really hyped up, but then there's a pause. There's this long pause in the middle of the game. Like, how does that affect the team? What were you guys thinking during that? Like, you might not even know if he gets his items back. What's going on there?
就是也可以完全可以理解，就是这种比赛当中，你们心情非常激动。但是当时第3把当中还暂停了很久一段时间，就想问当时暂停的时候，你们整个战队的心情是怎么样？是不是感觉好像完蛋了，还是怎么样？有没有就是碰到这种 bug 的情况，有没有觉得很担心呢，或者什么样的感受？
没有吧，当时就感觉有点搞笑，因为 就是那个楼像个就是 bot 一样，在泉水里拖那个闪失，感觉拖了快1分钟吧，然后也不打钱，一直在问我们怎么办，然后新 Q 就说那暂停一下，想想办法，然后就搞了半天，然后最后也不知道怎么搞好的，反正我们就已经准备放弃了，就是劝他把那个闪失卖掉，然后他突然把闪失拿出来了，感觉也是一种就是运气吧，可能。
Honestly, at that point, we were all just laughing as well because what happened was that Lo was just he was playing like a bot, you know. He spent like a whole minute inside his base at his fountain trying to drag his diffuser out, and he was like, "Guys, what to do? Like, I have no idea what to do here." And finally, you know, Jingyu went like, "Okay, guys, let's just pause and try and figure out the bug, see how it goes." And ultimately, we are not even sure how it got fixed. Just suddenly, he managed to put the item out. So it kind of like just felt that, you know, we have no idea what's going on either, and it's just funny.
So if Lo's playing like a bot, what does that mean for the rest of us?
如果楼这种打法都能算像一个 bot 一样的话，那我们这种凡人打的算什么呢？
我不知道啊，反正就感觉他在泉水里挂机，然后又是这种比较关键的比赛吧，然后就感觉很滑稽有一点。
I just think it's funny that, you know, this is a pretty high stakes tournament and you have someone AFKing in base for like a whole minute just doing whatever, God knows what.
Yeah, I feel like life just throws these types of things at you, I guess. So it's hard to remember, but that was a 3-game series after that last one. In the first game, we were all talking about Lifestealer being such a hot pick in this series for both your teams, and you guys let the other team have Lifestealer despite having a bunch of tanky strength heroes. How did you feel the confidence to do that, and why did you feel like you had the upper hand in the draft?
所以虽然我们这里都打了3把，但是我们现在回想到第一场嘛，当时在就赛前采访当中，我们当时前面有问过楼，就是关于这个小狗这个英雄，因为2支战队的1号位都会有打小狗这个英雄嘛。然后那场你们不仅仅放给他们了小狗，而且自己还选了很多力量型的英雄，然后但是你们也是挺轻松的碾压了他们，就想问当时是这种 BP 这种思路是怎么样的？包括这是不是在预料之中的呢
？BP 时候就感觉也没想太多吧，就是我们直到我们选英雄之前，我们还不知道是受打3号位还是什么Doom打3号位，然后我们讨论了一下，因为我自己玩Doom其实我没有什么信心，因为之前老是输，然后他们就劝我说要自信什么，然后我就玩了一把Doom，然后好像打小狗很好打吧，然后就赢了，就这样。
Actually, we didn't think too much into it because both the Primal Beast and the Doom were like flex picks, and we didn't even know which one was going to be played like mid and which one was going to play in the off lane. Honestly, like I'm not very confident in my own Doom myself because I've lost quite a lot of games with it. But my team was trying to encourage me, saying that, you know, be confident in yourself, believe in yourself, just do it. Your Doom is fine. So I played it, you know, and turns out that Doom is pretty effective against Lifestealer, and we kind of just won it quite easily. So.
Okay, so talking about like the team morale and the confidence around that, like just getting honest feedback. Did you think you'd be in this spot going into this tournament? Secured top 3, maybe even the finals. Like how does it feel like right now compared to your expectations coming in?
就是说到这种队伍里面的相互鼓励嘛，然后就是你们当时刚刚进这比赛的时候，有没有预想到自己已经站在这里面，已经进了前3呢？
我们来之前训练就是一天赢1盘不错吧，然后来之前大家都说就是小组赛不要被淘汰，不要1轮游就好了，没想到就过来感觉挺好的吧，打着突然就前3了，就有点意外感觉。
Honestly, I feel a bit taken back. Back when we first came to this tournament, during training, during all the scrims, I think we were lucky to win like 1 game a day. So, I mean, our main objective back then was just not to get eliminated in the group stages, not to get eliminated like in the first round of the playoffs or something. And none of us expected to be here, you know, already in the top 3. I think we just managed to find our stride during the games themselves, and here we are.
Well, if the goal is not to get eliminated, I'd say you guys are massively overachieving. Congratulations on your secured top 3. Thank you for the interview, and we'll go and send it back to the panel.
Exceeding expectations by far. Thank you very much, XXS, Brian, and Jin for the translations. But Sind, you saw it coming. these guys top the groups, and you weren't surprised in the slightest.
I mean, I'm still not really surprised. To be honest. I don't know what it's going to take to surprise me at this point, you know? Like,
They win the whole thing, you're like, I knew it. They were top of my power rankings.
Of course. No. It's interesting to hear, though. I feel like this is a recurring story in a lot of tournaments when we have interviews with players. It's like a lot of the times, some of the teams that end up doing really well in tournaments have really atrocious lead-ins with, like, for example, there's been tournaments where you ask the players going in, they're like, okay, this team we played against 10 scrims, we lost every game. And then when you meet them on the big stage, you have the upper hand, you end up winning that series against them. Or some of the teams that are crushing everybody in practice, they go into group stage and they have a bad day one and everything kind of falls apart. It's extremely momentum based, and like he said, they weren't off to the best start, and then the momentum just kept rolling, right? So it's incredible. It's really inspiring to see stuff like this, where it's like, sometimes maybe you question, oh, is all the time I'm putting in worth it? You know, you're playing all these scrims, you're losing. But all it takes is just one good day. And all of a sudden, things just click. You rebuild that trust. You find the heroes that work. You find the strategies, the meta that you want to play. And now they're top 3, you know?
On
Maybe
the
they
other
were.
end of the spectrum, though, they are facing off against Game and Gladiators in that upper bracket final, which is a team that consistently does well at every tournament that they go to. And are we looking like this is any exception, or are we set up for another year of Game and victories, Winter?
I mean, I feel like they're gonna be able to give Gaming like a run for their money. Like what they've shown so far, they have a lot of depth in their drafting, their play style. Like they have a lot of answers against whatever their opponents throw at them. They have very good trust among their players. Like how Exercise said, he doesn't even want to play the Doom, but everybody's like, just play the Doom. You know, you got it. You know, I think that's something really, really important in a team, and I feel like they have what it takes right now to go all the way.
And we'll see that perhaps even not quite Friday, but I believe Saturday, because our schedule, when we return to our tournament in an arena, it's going to be starting off with Team Secret taking on Team Liquid. And this is an elimination series. This is the first round 1 lower bracket. And the winner of that match will go on to face G2IG day after tomorrow, or I guess Saturday. The second series of our first day of LAN play is going to be Tundra taking on a BetBoom team. Again, another elimination series. And the winner of that will... Oh, wait. I guess... wait, do they play right after? Because tentatively, I think the winner of Tundra BetBoom plays the Falcons. So would they play back-to-back?
We are confirming right now. Falcons will play against the winner of Tundra BetBoom.
So they would play back-to-back.
So it looks like it's a back-to-back.
Spicy.
I mean,
if
you want to win, you have to do whatever it takes.
Okay. Well, any favorites looking at these? Secret Liquids, and who you got?
I mean, probably Liquid, but not by as much of a margin as I would have had at any given point last year, right? So
for the past... Well, yes, the past year.
Probably a year.
Yeah.
It sounds like such a long time. Like, it must have been 2 years, but like a year is pretty long.
Technically,
there's been a lot of tournaments last year.
Secret did really good at 2 TIs ago, but that whole year they were also pretty bad. And Liquid was also pretty bad during the Matu majors. And then at that TI, they both rocketed it forward.
Another great example of all it takes is 1 or 2 good days,
exactly.
right? Like
LCQ,
they had a bad
bro.
year. And
LCQ.
Yeah.
They were both in LCQ.
Yep. Yeah, I still think overall, though, Liquid probably the favorite of this, but I think the most likely result, 2-1. Okay. I don't think there's going to be a blowout for either team. Yeah, that's probably my verdict on that.
Tundra BetBoom Winter?
Tundra BetBoom.
Yeah.
My money's probably on BetBoom. I think Tundra might have maybe a lot of people are surprised how well they did in the first day, but after that, I think whenever the teams look at the draft and they figure out what heroes in particular to ban against them, and I feel like when they don't get those heroes, they can't win.
They started 4-0, right?
Yeah.
And they ended 5-5.
Yeah, their first day was undefeated, and then they only got 1 more win after that. So maybe it was a little bit of them getting figured out, or maybe they're just looking for a crowd buff, which you may be able to provide to them. Because if you're interested in visiting us here in Kuala Lumpur at the MyTech Arena, then you can go to esl.gg/ESL1KL, because tickets are still available, and it's, I guess...
efforts of Tomato. It's going to show in the mid. It's going to have the snowball save coming in from
This is going
Whitemon.
to get real awkward, Owen.
But I don't know if there's any way out of this one. They're surrounded, and there is indeed no escape.
XM taking way too much damage. Rupture's going to come out on Maureen, but XM still dropping low, does go down. Meanwhile, the Doom committed. They are still trying for the Pango, but Maureen just stand his ground. He finally goes down, and now Thank Oh, thank you! What an initiation! Jump in is there, ATF. They found a great target, but low. He's got the BKB up. In fact, he's going to go for the man fight. There's your Doom out. They caught Skinner with the Lion Stealer. It's not looking too good, and ThinQ just creating absolute havoc in the middle of the fight. There's 3 down. No buyback. 4 down, no buybacks. Very awkward scenario. Just trapped between a rock and a hard place. They're just pushing him around. ATF just cannot get away. He'll go for the man fight. In fact, it may work out. It may work out. Low is down. ATF gets an invis run. He's still running. What? Oh, ATF. He's made it. This is a very dirty way to win the game, but Low, he's going for it. The Ancient under siege. Primal split out. Skinner, he's going to have to chrono these units to try and get rid of him, I think. He's still trying to fight this one out. XXS is still just focusing on the Ancient. Somebody deal with this guy. Low, he brings the bear back and it's all over. Done. It is all over. Zora Ray.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Late at night, I feel you on my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out.